Good evening. This is the April 7 meeting of the Village of Mamaroneck Board of Appeals. Our April meeting, and all board, we have 4 board members here: Robin Kramer, Brian Gittleson, Greta Haney. We also have Charles Gottlieb, our counsel, and Brittany is here from the village. The one thing I want to point out initially is that the board operates with a total of 5 members generally. And in order for resolutions to get approved or acted upon, it generally requires 3 of the 5. If there are only 4 members here, it also still requires 3. So we don't know right now. We are short a member because of a resignation, and I'm hopeful we'll get a appointee will come in very soon. So if that poses a problem and someone wants to adjourn, you can address that if you have a question about that. So we do have a short board at this time. Okay. If you want an adjournment, please indicate that as soon as you can. Brittany, can you explain? Do they know how to indicate that? Is it by raising the hand or something?
Yeah, they could just either send me an email or just raise their hand and I will.
Super. Thank you. Thanks so much. All right, the procedures, so that for those of you that aren't familiar with it, our procedures are that we call applications for public hearings that are on for tonight. And at that point, the applicant can commence speaking. We have your paperwork. Please point out particular highlights of it. There's no need to go through every item of it and make your presentation. The board members may also ask questions of you and try to ask anything so that you can respond. Members of the public will then be afforded a right to comment to the board. You don't comment to the applicant, you comment to the board. After the board has taken information in, it will then make a decision to close the hearing. Once the hearing is closed, no more information comes in, and the board will then deliberate at some time and make a decision. However, that generally will not take place the same day as the hearing, and the board will take within 2 months to do so. All right, now, we do have tonight a rather long agenda. We have 5 new public hearings and 1 prior one. We also have some matters that have to be discussed by the board following the public hearings, must be on. And given the hour that we are now, and we want to end in the area of about 10:15, we're going to just ask, please, that for those of you that have spoken before on the topic, there's really no need to repeat everything. We have everything, and try to just be as specific as you can and come to the point on matters so that we can take that information from you that's important, as well as, your general flavor of the matter. All right, the first hearing tonight is a continued hearing. I believe this is the 3rd time it is on, and that is regarding 1260 Flagler Drive. We had an extensive hearing last month on this, and we have received some items since. And actually, I was rather surprised, but today we received a statement, I guess, from the Edgewater Point Property Owners Association, Inc. I'm surprised and dismayed we hadn't received it previously, but I know that the applicant, I'd asked the office to make sure the applicant could get this because it might not be posted online in time, so we can move forward on it. So at this point, I'm going to go to the applicant. If the applicant wants to speak on this matter, by all means, please.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairman Neufeld and members of the zoning board. For the record, Kristen Motel from the law firm Cuddy & Bader, here on behalf of the applicants and owners of the property, Frank and Nina Cooper, who are also here tonight. And Brittany, I don't know if you could also bring them up as panelists. That would be helpful. Also Rick Yestat, who's with Yestat Architecture and Design, if he could be promoted as well as a panelist. To recap where we are very, very briefly, because I know the board is familiar with this matter, the applicants are requesting side yard setback variances for alterations to the existing 2nd floor of the single family home. The home is currently only 1.5 stories, and the renovations will be within the confines of the existing footprint, the maximum height permitted by the zoning code, and they will avoid any ground disturbance or any change in impervious coverage. We were last before you in March, and the board members requested some specific calculations regarding height and sidewall area and cubic volume of the proposed addition. And so once Rick is with us, he'll take you just briefly through those numbers and be able to answer any questions that you all have. So this is the
Kristen, sorry to interrupt you. Rick is not on. At least I don't see him. If he is, he has to raise his hand because it's not coming up in the list. So anyone that wants to be promoted, just please raise your hand. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Brittany. And Frank and Nina also. Okay, so the request before this board, our sole request, is for side yard variances for the second floor. So it's a very limited issue. We don't want to belabor it here before you tonight. We do want to note for the record, and thank you, Chairman, for making sure that we received a copy of those materials that were submitted today. We do have strong concerns about the EPPOA making a submission so close to your meeting and really asserting some issues that are not relevant to the variance request before this board. The EPPOA has asserted that they do have approval jurisdiction, and in fact, most of the issues that they raised in their correspondence are not issues before the zoning board tonight. They're regarding a private matter between our clients and their HOA. So we would urge this board, since you've been reviewing this for a few months now, to disregard anything except for what is relevant to the side yard setback evaluation. We're not here before you tonight for review of the
I
proposed.
think we understand. We understand your point.
Great, thank you. And we would, when it comes to the proposed addition of the second floor within the area above the existing home that already encroaches into the side yard, the 5 factors balance in favor of granting the area variance that's requested. And with that being said, Rick, I'll ask you just to go through those calculations we provided in March and answer any questions that the board members have about those.
I just have one quick question for you to clarify. I mean, I know the answer, but I want to just clear for the record. You're asking for the variance for the second floor, right?
Correct.
And that will be aligned with the first floor, correct?
Correct, yes.
And the first floor is compliant, correct?
The first floor already encroaches into the side yards.
But it's compliant, therefore, I mean, it's an existing.
Correct, yes,
not
yes.
compliant use. I'm
That's
sorry.
right. The
It's
home
an
was
existing.
constructed in 1960. That's correct. So it predates.
Right. Okay, please. I'm sorry. I interrupted you. I apologize.
No, that's okay. That's all right. Thank you for the clarification. Rick, go ahead.
Sure. So with regard to some of the clarifications from the last meeting, I'll go through the heights. There were some questions about heights, surface area, and the bulk to compare existing and proposed. I'll start with the height. You can see this, I presume? Okay, so the existing height of the primary ridge, looking at the front of the house, this is the front, is 25 feet from grade. The proposed height on the right-hand side here is 31 feet 8 inches to the highest point. And in the middle of the house and to the right, to the highest point of the ridge is 25 feet 3 inches. Now, I think it's important to note, here's the roof plan. The highest ridge that's 31 feet 8 inches is about 9% of the total roof area seen here. So I think that's important to take into consideration with regard to the heights. And this was something we were trying to explain at the last meeting. So again, just go through the rest of the elevations. The right-hand side, again, we're showing here, you see the highest point of the existing ridge at 25 feet. The highest ridge of the proposed here on the right-hand or south side of the building is 25 feet 3 inches. So that's that primary ridge that you saw from the front. The 31.8 is, beyond, but that also exists in that drawing. The rear, again, just clarification, same 25 feet for the existing, 25 feet 3 in this location, and 31 feet 8 inches at the highest point, which is about 9% of the area of the roof. The the left-hand side, looking from the front, or the north elevation, again, this is the 25 feet existing ridge. This is the 31-foot 8-inch height for the highest point of the proposed structure. Then with regard, and just make the point. So 92%, about 92% of the proposed roof is 25 feet 3 inches or less. As you can see, that's the high point. I'll move on to the bulk calculation. So this is an illustration of what the numbers represent. So this is the right-hand side, the south side of the property. So the existing is in pink and proposed is in the white. And we'll go through the numbers. This is the existing right-hand side or south side. This is the north side, the left-hand side as you're facing the structure. So it's this volume, this white volume that's in the charts, and the colored area below is pre-existing non-conforming. So I'll just take a minute, bring up the chart that was submitted. So with regard to the square footage calculation, the left side or the north side, there was a typo there. It said 33, should be 37%. The right-hand side, south side, is 26.7% increase. Regarding the bulk, again, as submitted, the right-hand side or the south side, there's a 55% increase, and the left side, the north side of the proposal, 69% increase. And I just make one final point with regard to the square footage, because there is it's important to know how that number is calculated. So we're in this number, we include the dormers, and I'll just quickly illustrate why that is. We think it's a logical approach. And this is a photograph of the north side of the building. So in our numbers, which we think is a more realistic way to calculate the existing square footage of the sidewall, is to include the dormers. You can see from the photograph that this surface is within 6 or 7 inches of the plane of the exterior wall below. And this surface is maybe a little more, 16, 17 inches away from the sidewall below. So we felt that was a more realistic number to present to the board in terms of substantiality.
Do you have a number that on your second part of that schedule, which is called sidewall square footage? I want to make sure I understand this. You have that left side wall that's now 37%, right?
Yes.
Okay, and below that is the 26%. And that's when that 37% is a 37% increase of what's in the non-conforming area. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
So it's existing versus proposed.
Square
Right.
footage, correct?
Well, yeah.
It's existing versus proposed doesn't say, just to repeat what Dave said to clarify it, because I was confused also.
Mhm.
The existing is 924. That doesn't say it's in the non-complying area, side yard.
I know, I think he means it is, right? Yeah.
I just want to make sure, because when he
Yeah.
because something Brian asked made it seem like maybe it wasn't. So the percent increase is percent increase in the non-complying side yard, correct?
Correct.
And this 55% similarly is the percentage increase of the right side wall in the non-complying side yard, correct?
Correct.
Or 69% on, what's the difference between this calculation and this calculation? This is a total square footage of the area versus just the size of the side wall?
Wait, you're saying from the difference between bulk and sidewall?
Yeah, I'm saying, so the bottom one, the one that says bulk, is the total square footage of the area in the non-complying side yard, and this is just the size of the sidewall in the non-complying side yard. So in other words, there's 69% more square footage of building in the non-complying left side yard than there is now. I don't understand what
Cubic, Robin, it's cubic feet. So it's not square feet, it's
Oh,
cubic, it's a volume.
It's a volume. So there's 69% more volume of space in the non-complying side yard after the renovation than before, correct?
Correct.
That's correct. And that's also because on that particular side, right, the existing house is 1.5 stories, right? So there's volume being added above that existing structure.
Right, but it's still being added, whether it's doing it in order to make it a straight line on the side or not, it's still being added.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, and can you go back to the, we haven't really talked about this, but, and it's something we often don't get to, I will say, to your zoning chart, a couple of pages before you had a zoning chart.
From the architectural drawings?
Yes, you just showed it to us when you were going through your proposal. Your basic zoning compliance chart. I don't remember what it was yet. Because I'm looking for it on the plans that we have, but I actually can't find it either. So it's obviously there somewhere, but I'm not 100% sure where. And I want to go through that.
Okay,
I have a question about it.
Let me bring that up.
Yeah, I'm going through the plans, the file, the drawings, and I'm sure it's there, but I can't find it right now. So if you can find it, that would be great.
I've lost you guys. I don't see the share button any longer.
Still allowing you to share.
What are you bringing up now? Could you just clarify that for me?
I'm asking because I want to go through, I want to look at the zoning chart. There's a zoning compliance chart showing the zoning, the side yards, the rear yards, and all of the other zoning requirements. And he had the chart. He went through it in his review a few minutes ago, and I want to get back there because I have a question about it. And I don't have it in front of me, so I can't find it in the file documents. Again, I'm sure it's there. I just can't find it. And therefore, oh, I see it. I've got it. So that's, I can ask from this one, even if you can't find. And here's my question. One of the.
Where are you finding it, Robin?
I just have, it's on page, if you're going to the, what's posted online,
Yeah.
it's page 137 on the Novus agenda,
Okay, I
page
have it.
137. Okay. So my question is this: one of the findings is that you couldn't achieve your desired goal through any other means, and you have a very large existing front yard, and you have a very large rear yard, both of which exceed what is required. And the question is, did you look to do this any other way? Did you, I mean, presumably the goal of this is to make it look nicer and to give them more space. Did you look at designing the building in a different way that would not interfere with the non-compliance condition? And given that you have so much space, this isn't, you know, doesn't look like it's one of those properties where you don't really have a choice because it's a small lot. You have a big lot here. And as I say, your minimum front yard is 25 feet. You have almost 59 feet of front yard. Your rear yard is 30 feet. You have 57 feet of rear yard. Did you think about doing this in any other way? And if so, why don't you do it in another way? And if not, why not? So those are my questions.
Okay, yes, we did look at various alternatives, and, you know, because costs, you know, we were balancing costs and site disruption issues, you know, because of its location near the water. So the options were somewhat, you know, were definitely limited in that regard.
Rick, if I
Generally.
could just jump into on that note, we looked at all that, but the goal, as Rick said, was to avoid any ground disturbance or change in impervious coverage and increase in that, because, you know, that we're so close to the water, we have to worry about impacts to the coastline directly within or near proximity to wetland buffers and all the impacts that come along with that. So this proposal doesn't add any ground disturbance. It doesn't add any impervious coverage. And so the environmental impacts associated with it are far less than what would be proposed in that kind of scenario. And Rick, I'm sorry to cut you off if there's anything else you want to add.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay.
And then I think we made the point the last time, which is the secondary stair is partially within the setback line. So there was a limitation, a practical limitation that we felt. There's also in this hatched area, of course, there is, you know, existing square footage on the second floor, but much of it is compromised in its height because of the dormers and the way they're configured. So the options were limited, and we felt that this was a reasonable proposal as presented.
All right.
Okay.
Ms. Mattel, do you have anything else that you wanted to put on now? Sure.
Well, I do just want to add something, just a comment. Sure, a comment on the increase in percentages for bulk cubic feet. And certainly some of those numbers do seem large, but it's viewing that in the totality of the circumstances, right? Substantiality. I mean, you're looking at a 1.5 story house, and something is being proposed that's that's less than the total height that's permitted. So, and certainly there are there's factors to consider there. So while that number is in itself a larger number, taking a step back and looking at what this really is when it comes to just a small portion on each side of the second floor, and viewing this in the totality of the circumstances, as opposed to just zoning in on that one particular number. I would just encourage that to be part of the review process here.
Well, one of the things I thought of is, in essence, another way to look at your percentages, just to flip it to another approach, because they did seem large, was if you took the amount of existing non-compliant to the total space versus the future non-compliant to the total space. And that would give you another approach than just dealing with the non-compliant against the non-compliant.
Right, yeah,
You-
that's interesting.
Could you
Because that's
explain
sort of-
that, Dave, please? I don't understand. what
Yeah,
you're saying.
well, it's not that different really, it's just a little different approach. In other words, now you're saying this percentage, I'm increasing my non-compliant space by X. So you're starting with every foot you do is going to be another percentage or whatever, however you do it. But I was curious about right now, what percentage of the entire square footage is in the non-compliant area? So if I took the whole house and I said, okay, pick a percent, just out of the air, 10% is in the non-compliant area, okay? Now, after this is done, you've added on space on the non-compliant area as well as in the compliant area. You say, okay, how much now? What will that percentage be? I don't know. Does that increase? Does it not increase? I have no idea, but it just struck me as another approach to getting an understanding about a perspective on the number. Because from my vantage point, certainly it's valuable to know the increase in the non-compliant by adding on in the non-compliant and staying there for the analysis. But part of it is the overall, what percentage is really non-compliant and how will that really change by this, if at all?
Rich, do you want to comment on that?
Yeah, I mean, that's, that's yeah, I think a good way to look at it. It gives the total site,
Right,
as a total site.
which I think is more how we view matters with regard to residential homes, like look at the totality as opposed. We understand there's a technical, not a technical, there is an actual non-compliance and violation potential. All right. Would that be difficult to do, just for the record?
No, that wouldn't be difficult.
Well, if we stay open, or I don't know if we can keep it open, I wouldn't mind seeing it, just because I think it's just another perspective on the totality. But okay, all right. Did the applicant have anything further to add at this time?
No, we don't have anything further to add at this time.
All right. Do any board members have any questions of the applicant at this time? Okay, if not, then does anyone here have any, want to speak on this matter? Do we have anybody?
Yes, I'm promoting some, one moment.
Good evening, everyone. Helen Mauch, the law firm of Mincer Mauch, PLLC. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble getting my video to start.
All right, good evening. I believe you were here at one meeting, and I believe you also sent us a letter, correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman. I still am not able to start my video.
Okay.
Let me begin because I know you have a long agenda tonight.
Right.
And I want to.
Well, why don't you address items, if I may request, if you could just address items that are not the subject of your letter, but, or if you want to just highlight it, but.
I will highlight. And I am here on behalf of Terry Vandal and Isabel Phoenix, who are next door neighbors to the applicant. They live at 1280 Flagler Drive. There are two main points I would like to address this evening. First, every single one of the factors that this board must consider under village law weighs against granting of the variances.
Mhm.
And it would not be rational for this board to grant the variances. Secondly, the project as it's proposed cannot be built. So I would like to speak to those 2 points, if you would allow me to.
I want to ask you first, when you say it cannot be built, is that because of other requirements by other codes, laws, or regulations?
Yes.
I think that's not before us. I'll defer to counsel and ask him, but it seems to me that's a matter of the merit. Anything we ever do as a resolution is always subject to compliance with all other requirements. So what you're saying is that if someone gets approval here and then cannot get the whether it's a building permit or something else, well, then that's right. Then they have to lose at some level if they're going to lose, I suppose. So, but I mean, I don't know how we're not going to go involved with now what another permit would involve and why it is they can get it or not.
Well,
Charlie, do you have anything to air on that? If you have any comment, by all means, you can do it openly. It's fine with me.
No, I would agree. This board has been tasked with just analyzing and reviewing the area variances that have been requested.
well, I understand that, but we are submitting to this board that it makes sense to let this application find out if this is a project that actually can be approved, because it does not comply with FEMA regulations.
Okay, but
And very presumptuous. And it goes to one of the factors, Mr. Chair. So if I could just get through my remarks.
If you speak to the factor, excuse me, if you speak to the factors, of course.
I will.
But if you speak to why FEMA is violated or not violated, I don't think that's appropriate.
I am going to speak to the factors and tie it all together. One thing that we want to make sure does not get lost in this is that side yard setback requirements are intended to preserve open space unobstructed, not just at the ground level, not just on the first floor, but for the entire column of the space above. The proposed project substantially increases the volume of the structure in the side yard setback area, which again is supposed to remain unobstructed per the code. The increase to the existing side yard setback nonconformity is substantial, any way you look at it. Whether you use Arthur Wexler's calculations or those of the applicant, the increase in wall surface area and volume in a non-conforming setback area is substantial. The numbers are before you. The chair has asked for them to be recalculated a different way. We submit that they are undeniably substantial increases that weigh against granting of the variances. The fact that the variances are for the second floor only doesn't change the numbers or make them less substantial. The addition of substantial volume and surface area in the side yard setbacks, which are currently unobstructed, will unquestionably be a detriment to the neighboring properties. The detriment to the adjoining neighbors also weighs against granting of the variances. In addition to the photographs that, the photographs that the applicant submitted in an attempt to show consistency of the project with the neighborhood's land use patterns is unconvincing. And it's somewhat puzzling that the three homes that the applicant highlights as indicative of the land use pattern in the neighborhood, 1337, 1347, and 1357 in Flagler, are smaller homes with second stories that have approximately 30% less floor area than the first floor, which completely debunks the notion that the second stories mirror the first stories throughout the neighborhood. To the extent that there may be other non-conforming side yards in the neighborhood, the applicants have not shown that these are relevant to the analysis at all under Court of Appeals precedent, which we cite in our prior letters, and I know that this board knows well, the Cario case and others. Are there feasible alternative designs? Ms. Kramer asked that question that would allow the applicants to achieve their objective of more living space on the second floor. The applicants say no, but we don't know what alternatives, if any, were looked at seriously and in good faith that would allow the renovation of the home in a less intrusive manner. We also don't know where the wetland line is. I don't recall seeing any discussion of that. If that was a reason, it has not been articulated until this evening. We know that at least one experienced architect believes that there are feasible alternative designs that could achieve the goal of more second floor living space. But there's nothing in this record that would support a finding that the variances requested are the minimum variances necessary to achieve the applicant's goal. Finally, the applicants have said that they are not proposing to disturb the footprint of the house, and therefore there is no impact on the physical environment. This is one of the factors. This assertion of no land disturbance should be scrutinized. The house is in a coastal high flood hazard area. It's on an island, and it's required to be flood resistant if there are substantial improvements made to it. What's proposed here is undeniably a substantial improvements. Based on town assessment cards, the value of the home is 700,000. So you have improvements over 350,000 are substantial improvements.
Mhm.
And the village code incorporates the FEMA rules and says that the house has to be raised 2 feet above base flood elevation, which is 14 feet. The proposed project before this board is at an elevation of 12.6 feet. And again, we think it makes the most sense for this board to know whether this structure can be built as it's proposed before it issues a decision on variances. In closing, the benefit to the applicants in having this proposed structure, which substantially encroaches into the unobstructed side yard setback areas and can't be built under FEMA rules, is outweighed by the detriment to the health, safety, and general welfare of the community. Reducing open space in non-conforming setbacks also sets a bad precedent and runs counter to the purpose and intent of the zoning code, which seeks to preserve open space in setbacks. Those are my remarks. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I do apologize for my scratchy throat. I have a bit of a cold.
Okay, we'll feel better, and thank you very much. Does anyone in the, did anyone have any questions of the person who just spoke, Ms. Mouch? Okay. Is there anyone else here tonight who wants to speak to this, please? Brittany, anyone else?
I'm promoting Arthur Wexler.
Oh, this is Mr. Wexler?
Yep.
Before.
Just unmute yourself, Arthur. You're still muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Wexler.
Hi,
just-
good evening.
I just want to begin by telling you, I know you spoke at the hour here. We're trying to move this hearing along.
I know, but.
May I
yes,
finish speaking for a moment? Thank you.
Sure.
What I am saying is that you spoke previously and you've made submissions to the board. So all I'm asking is that anything you address now, please try not to, do not cover that. Let's just go forward if there's anything new you want to add.
Yes. Mr. Neufeld, the last meeting, you asked me if I can calculate the change in the volume of the proposed second floor to what exists. And I believe I was able to do it painfully by hand, meaning without having the file. I would like to share the that with you.
Is that number being
Is it-
contested, or didn't the applicant already state those bulk?
Now, this is the differential of the volumes. Meaning the percentage different, I thought you were saying it would be beneficial to know what the volume on the second floor in the non-conforming area is versus,
I said that?
I think so, just recently, yes, first we asked me to do it last month.
Whatever.
Okay, so the existing volume of the addition of the house on the second floor, which sits in the required side yard, is 4,334.6 cubic feet. The proposed volume that is in the proposal for the second floor of the volume is 7,486
Mhm.
cubic feet, which is a difference of 72.27% increase.
In the
I think
cubic,
that's- Excuse me?
in the cubic feet, correct?
In cubic feet, that's correct.
Do you have this in writing that you could submit this? Do you have
No, I
this?
submitted it. It's in my SK2 drawing. It's in your packet.
Is that the percentage of bulk on the second floor or the percentage of the bulk on the second floor in the non-complying side yard?
The bottom drawing is the existing, which is in gray. The upper drawing is the proposed, which is in like a tan color. Can you see my SK2? I share my screen?
Yeah, I have.
I know you sent
Share
it,
it.
but I'm looking
Yeah,
at what.
just share it now, Arthur. You have access. You can share it.
Okay, so it's on my screen now.
It's SK2
SK2. This is
Yeah,
the
I-
view,
and the west,
From-
existing west of elevation. Right, I'm with you.
well, west, it's really north. I'm not sure which, it's in between. So the bottom drawing in gray is the volume of the structure that sits in the required setback.
Could
The
you,
upper-
can you,
I
Arthur,
would-
can you share your screen? Because I can't find it. I know it was submitted because I saw it, but I didn't.
You look under,
Hold on, I have it on my screen, so how do I share the screen? Hold it.
Brittany, can you let him share his screen if there's something you have to
He
do?
has access to. You just have to hit share screen.
Okay.
I'm looking for my share screen. Hold it, I'm gonna reduce this. Hold it. Hold it, share screen. I just clicked it. I'll try it again. Hold on, I'm gonna get there. Can you see that now?
you have a question about this diagram, Robin?
I'd like to, but I just want to understand it, something
Yeah,
about it.
no, I'm with you.
Okay, so I'll repeat again.
I can share it. Let me get it and I'll share it for everyone.
I don't see it, by the way, on the notice.
It's
No.
there. It's under Helen Mach. It was all combined into one because it was the
Yeah,
same
it was
email
combined.
sent twice.
Page 96, yeah.
Page 96.
On the one I have, yeah, but I don't know. I don't use Novus. I have another.
Well, the rest came in too many pieces, so I have it in too many pieces, so.
Oh, I got that from, I think it was the recent submission in April.
Right, but there are multiple recent submissions, so that's why I like to go to
No,
notice
I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm with you. All right.
in one place.
Mr. Wexler, while they're pulling that up, because we're running out of time here.
I'm trying.
Let me, I was asking you a question. And I said,
Yes.
while we're working this up, when you talked about within the required setback, what, can you explain what you mean by that? So we're all talking the same
Yeah,
language.
this side yard needs a requirement of 25 feet. The existing house projects about 9.5 feet, 9 feet average into the side yard. So when I say required setback, that means what's on the zoning chart, 25 feet. It's 10 feet into the plus or minus into the exists into that side yard. They're proposing to build up a structure in above the structure below it at that 10-foot mark. That's about 15 feet from 1240 Flagler Drive.
Arthur, the architect, Rick, had a percentage increase in the cubic volume and the volume as well. Do you have different numbers than he does? And if you
Yeah,
do,
I think I know why. In the back of this, they're proposing to put a terrace on the whole length of the back of the house, roofed over with side walls that are a foot thick. By your code, that becomes a porch, and the porch is part of the building, and then is viewed from either 1240 or 1260, I think, 1260, yes. I'm sorry, 1280 is what they see and the impact of that. So I took this drawing, which is SK2. I outlined on the lower drawing the existing. I put a tone over the existing portion on the second floor that is in the setback. I then outlined with strong dotted lines what is being proposed. And then the drawing above it on the same sheet, SK2, in that, if you're viewing it in color, it is in a tan color. And I calculated the cubic feet in both those areas. And you can see to the left of the existing house in that tan color, it projects out about 3.5, 4 feet. I haven't got a scale on this, where that porch occurs and it's covered by the roof. And it becomes volume to the house.
are you saying that there's parts of the
That's not in
building-
his drawings. He stopped it at the extent of the house itself facing Long Island Sound. So there is about 500 square feet, cubic feet more in that area, not more.
But if it's in the rear, only the portion that's in the non-complying side yard is non-complying. Everything else is complying.
Yes, that's what I'm showing. I'm showing the proposed volume above the level of the second floor in the non-conforming area of the setback is 7,486 cubic feet. The existing in that same area is 4,335 cubic feet. And the differential is about 72.27, and that's rather a grand excessive increase when you're especially building almost 10 feet into your side yard, which you couldn't do as of right.
Arthur, are you saying that this porch extends the 4 feet on both?
Along the whole back of the house,
And there's a wall on each?
at each side, and is roofed over.
And that's not in the applicant's drawings?
And now it's not in his analysis.
Not in the analysis.
Now, you have to realize that the second floor has a ceiling height of almost 10 feet. And if I was the architect, not if I was the architect, but if you're trying to make the minimum requirement for intrusion into these side yards, you would try to analyze it in a way that you would actually ask not for the least amount, at least the least amount, not the maximum amount. If I show you the other side,
Right there, I have it up. What page do you want to show?
I think I just opened it up. Can you see
No,
that?
we can't see yours. I'm doing it on mine. So which page would you
Oh.
like?
Okay,
I have all of them up. Just let me know the number.
SK4.
Mhm.
Were you successful?
Yep, it's up.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so it's the same philosophy. The bottom drawing shows a triangle. And the area of that triangle, and then generating volume from it, is that area that's only in the non-conforming area, and that has 545 point, sorry for the comma, 38 cubic feet, and up above is 923 cubic feet, giving an increase of 69.2 cubic feet. I mean, a percent difference of almost 70%. I think rather excessive when you're trying to minimize your input, or you're trying to minimize the input into the required side yard. Talking about to the structure that is the third floor and the stair, if that structure.
Arthur, one second. So the difference on that is is the 923 less the 545, right?
That's correct. That's on my calculation. This is the easy side to calculate, yes.
Okay, all right. Anything else on this?
Yeah, I'd like to stress that. You're asking me, Chairman?
Yes. Is there anything else you want to add on it?
Yeah, I would like to say first off that Mr. and Mrs. Milstein agree with the analysis that was presented to you by the association and also by Mrs. Mulch. There are other solutions to this, and we haven't seen any of them yet. And I think there is potential to minimize the impact on the neighbors.
All right, thank you very much, sir.
Okay.
I have a question for
Please.
the architect. No, Rick. I have Rick, or just maybe this is for Brittany. The calculations that you did, Rick, that you discussed earlier, where there's a disagreement between what you and what Arthur has, was that submitted? I mean, do we have that copy of that in our files?
Yes,
We do. Okay, because I'm trying to I want to be able to look at this after the meeting and think
Yeah,
about it.
and, we can,
Was it the comparison chart, Rick?
yeah, I mean.
I have it.
I'll just go through a couple of things that,
Well, wait a second, wait a second. Whoa, whoa, whoa. We just finished with someone there. Is there anyone else before we go back to you? Is there anyone else who wants to speak? Okay. If not, Rick, Ms. Mattel, you want to continue with Rick at this time?
sure. So the way that the bulk was calculated, using the three-dimensional software that we have at our disposal, it was a more strict definition of bulk. In other words, it did not include architectural detail. So in that way, we took the term bulk literally. It's the bulk of the building. So, as a comparison of interior space, if you will, but it's a gross number to the exterior wall. So that's the difference of interpretation of how to calculate the bulk. So that the number that was quoted, about 500 cubic square feet additional, is correct. But again, we took the approach that the bulk meant the envelope, the envelope without the detail. So for instance,
I understand you. I think you made.
yeah, we're not including soffits and railings and things of that nature. It's just the envelope.
So thanks, Rick. And there's just one additional point that I'd like to note, Mr. Chairman, if I may, for the record. Regarding the increase in overall surface area and bulk, those screen walls were mentioned along the back. A large portion of the bulk that is proposed, it has to do with those privacy screen walls. Those were not originally proposed in the project. This is what the board is seeing, and what we've presented to you has been modified over the last several years as a result of correspondence with the neighbors, reviews, comments, and those screen walls were added as the result of the neighbor's request to do that. And it's my understanding, and the applicants here tonight, that if and that results in, I believe, Rick, correct me if I'm wrong, about a 15% increase in those numbers. So, if the board feels that that's substantial, I don't think the applicant has any problem removing those walls and getting rid of that additional bulk. That was just purely a modification as the result of collaborating with the neighbors. So I do just want to add that and let the board know that we'd be willing to make that.
I'm sorry, can you describe or show the screen walls, what you added at the request of the neighbors?
Yeah, Robin,
so I can understand it fully.
Yeah, can you see my cursor? Can you see my cursor?
Yes, I see your cursor.
Okay, so this rectangular shape is a screen wall. There's nothing behind it. This rectangular shape is a screen wall. Nothing's behind it.
So it adds area in terms of this amount of wall, but it doesn't add anything in terms of the amount of bulk. Correct.
Correct.
Okay.
And that was added as like a privacy feature. It's my understanding that that was the concern.
Yes, which the board has a copy of the memorandum that was sent to the Neighborhoods Association, and all done in the spirit of cooperating with the neighbors.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Is there anyone here from Edgewater Point property owners? I did get that. I just wanted to know, it says it's from the directors there. Just how many directors there are, members. Okay.
I don't have anyone raising, hold on, one person just raised their hand.
All I wanted to know is if they're, I should have asked if they were a director. That's all right.
Brittany, did you promote me?
You are promoted. You're already there. I promoted the gentleman who raised his hand, but it seems.
Okay, that's fine. All right.
Well,
Is there anyone else who wants to speak on this? Who hasn't spoken?
well, Mr. Chairman, this is Helen Mach again from Minster Mach. On the,
So,
can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, regarding the statement that the privacy walls were added at the request of the neighbors, I can tell you on behalf of my clients who live at 1280, those were not requested by them. So
Okay, thank you very much. Okay.
excuse me, I just figured out how to work this. I'm a member, director,
Okay. Oh, thank you. Your name, please?
David Keys.
Okay. Excuse, I just have a quick, two quick questions for you. We just received this statement from the directors. How many directors are there at that?
It's a good question. 6.
Okay. And this was voted on by the directors, correct?
Yes.
Okay. It did not go to the membership for vote, or did it go to the membership?
No, it did not. And one director was not able to, recused himself.
Oh, okay then. Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that. All right. Is there anything else on this? If not, want to close the hearing here? Is there a motion on the closing?
Well, Chairman,
sorry.
is there additional information that the board was requesting before we close?
The only items with the percentage items that I talked about, I mean,
Okay.
I don't know.
I think that's relevant, David.
I'm sorry?
I think that's relevant.
Yeah, I agree. I do. Can we close subject to getting in the calculations? And then if there's an issue on that, we can hear the issue?
You want to close while we're waiting for information that we might have questions about?
No,
I'm trying to,
the way you put it was very different than the way I put it. I would concur with your position, but
I don't know that we're
Still
going to
here?
have questions on that.
I'm
I
not sure what we're asking.
think it's basically what I want to do is limit it
It's
and
another
close
number.
everything except if there are comments or questions about the calculations. I just don't want to revisit it otherwise. Otherwise, I would say close it without it, but the whole
Mr.
point is,
Chairman, we
Sure.
would be willing to agree with you to close the hearing and keep the written record open for the board to consider.
but only on the calculation issue.
Correct.
All right. I'm good with that. Charlie, is that okay?
Well, here's my question. In order to reopen the hearing, don't we need a unanimous vote?
No, because we would close it subject to receipt of the calculations, comments only concerning the calculations, and with the right of the board to conduct a hearing if there's some kind, I mean, if you think there's going to be an issue from it.
I have no idea if there's going to be, I haven't seen it yet. I can't really
Okay, well, I
say
think it's
that.
a mathematical formula is what I mean. But whatever you want is fine.
Dave,
mean,
I have a member.
I'm very concerned about keeping it open.
I mean, I understand it's been here a while.
Right, so I would say I would just close it subject to that, and if a majority of the board feels to reopen it without the need for unanimity. So it would be subject to that. Charlie, if we close that way, it would be all right?
Yeah, and I think a unanimous vote is only required to reopen a matter after it was voted on.
Yeah, but sometimes I think it could be argued, and I agree with you, but I think it could be argued that a hearing is closed and it's reopening.
No, it's pretty typical to close and then keep it open for written comments like you're doing a lot
Right,
of.
that's,
Right, but I'm not worried about that. We've done that before. It was the question of if we had questions on the new submission and we need to, and one of the board members wants to ask questions, do we need unanimity of the board in order to?
if questions relate to the calculations, no. If they relate to other matters, yes.
Okay.
That's how I would view it, but maybe Charlie doesn't agree. Why don't we cross that bridge when we get to the toll booth?
Rather
Dave,
for,
Really
So-
quick, I have a neighbor who's asking to speak. Are we allowing anyone else? It's, I believe it might be Arthur's client.
Arthur, and by the way, Arthur is up on my screen here for some reason. I don't know why.
His hand is raised, but I can try to fix
No
that.
one else.
Should I promote Mrs. Milstein or?
If she's gonna speak on something new, and could you also, yeah, Mr. Wexler, you can take him off the screen because it's very complicated. He's the only person up here besides the board. And I guess so. All
I had a
right.
question.
Here's a question.
What's your question? Mr.
That
When
my drawing,
this hearing, when this hearing's got 5 more minutes, so go ahead.
the drawing on SK2 actually shows the differential in
Thank
the
you.
volume.
Okay, great, thank you. Ms. Milstein, do you have something new to add, please? Because
Hi, Mr. Chairman, just to address the issue of the privacy screens. Neither my husband or I agreed or requested privacy screens similar to 1280 Flagler. Thank you.
Thank you very much for pointing that out to us. Okay, we appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Have a good evening. Thank you. Okay, so are we gonna,
There's somebody else
excuse
who's.
me,
who's
Mr.
appearing.
Wexler, you asked your question, it was answered, right? Brittany, why is it that on my screen anyway, he remains here? Is there a reason or?
Everybody remains here. Dave,
No,
Yeah.
no, not on my, now it's fine. No, they don't. Only when someone's promoted to ask a question or to speak.
right, Helen Mouch is there, Susan Milstein is there, whoever
Right
Susan
now?
Searing
Oh, I
is,
don't, okay, well,
David Keys is there. All of these are people from, who spoke. Who is Susan Searing, since she's showing up too?
That's from another application, I think.
Zeering is
Right,
the next application.
Okay,
okay, I guess the way I have mine set up is only when someone speaks or is up. And then so I apologize if I'll be educated on that at some other day. So we want to close this subject to the receipt of the calculations and submissions with regard to the same?
Mr. Chairman, would you also like us to resubmit with the removal of the privacy walls, which will decrease those calculations as well? Since it appears that there's no more support for them and our client's willing to remove them?
Sure, I guess so. As long as it's just a submission on that and the other submission for the calculations, those 2 items.
Correct.
Fine. Is that agreeable to the board? Just go through. Greta?
Yes.
Brian?
Yes.
Robin?
yeah, that's okay.
So that's the thing. We're closed, subject to receipt of those and substantive comments on those, which comments would say would be within 10 days after receipt, I assume. And we would also ask that we receive these by, any submissions by, we should put a date on this, May 1, is that all right?
If
I would
the
hope
hearing is May, whatever,
Seven.
that's a lot too late. We need to get it sooner. All of this stuff has
Okay.
been coming in much too
It's
late.
2
Everything needs
weeks.
to happen sooner.
It's
2
2
weeks,
weeks
2 weeks.
prior to the meeting date. So May
Yes.
5th is the next meeting and it's 2 weeks prior.
So that's when we need it.
Okay, and what date is 2 weeks from before? Today is the 7th, that's the 21st. 3 times 7.
No, it's April 21st. It will be due.
Right. Okay.
Thank you
All
very
right,
much.
thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Everyone, a good evening to everybody. All right, the next matter on is application 03, special permit 22. It's regarding 213 Halsted Avenue. Is the applicant here?
Susan, just so you know, I have to remove you. Don't touch anything else because your application's not ready yet. So I'm removing you. Just don't touch anything.
Brittany, is the applicant here on this next one?
I'm promoting everybody. Just
Oh.
takes a moment.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, fine.
Okay, Mark, you should be on. Everybody's promoted.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay, good evening. Right. is
Good
the
evening. How are you?
Okay. Sorry about this. We are running late, so let's proceed with your application, please. If you want to identify yourself, please.
So my name is Mark Texera. This is my wife.
Brianne Myers. Hello. Thank you for seeing us.
Okay. And you want to review your application at all? You have any, or
We do, yeah. So we're
this is the time to do it.
we're bringing you the one of the best restaurants in Mamaroneck. I hope, and we want you guys to approve our applicant.
Okay. And
Um,
go ahead, for the record,
I
do
have a
you,
question. This restaurant would have had a special permit before the prior special
Yeah.
permit. I didn't see a copy of that prior special permit, whatever the conditions were, in the file. And if it's not there, can we
All right.
get it, please?
So it was a restaurant before us. This is our first restaurant in Westchester. We were both in the city before this. So we came up here and we leased the restaurant. So it was a restaurant. It's a La Scarbita on 213 Halstead Avenue, right across from the train station. It was a restaurant. Again, we don't think that there is any impacts that is going to be had negatively on the space. And we're not making any structural changes to it or any kind of changes that would require any kind of special permits. So we're just looking to get the permit to go ahead and open.
okay. Brian, I think, did you have any comments on this?
Yeah, I did.
I was that one person to look at this.
Just trying to go through the application itself. Who is Deepak Properties?
Deepak Properties is the owner of the building.
Okay, so they're the owner of the building. And you are going to be the tenant, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that's you personally, or is it in an LLC or?
So the name of the company is Augustine Salumbria LLC.
Okay. So really, the application has to be made out technically in the name of Augustine's Salumbria.
Brian, they resubmitted. Dave brought that to our attention. We spoke
Okay.
with Charlie. We went over everything. It's now on the agenda. We sent it directly to Dave and Charlie.
Okay, so in following with that, we need a list of the LLC members along with that. Was that provided?
It's just us.
Just us two.
Okay, well, I guess you should send that in writing too, because that's part of the application.
Yeah, I thought that was included.
Yep, it is there. It's in the page that was
It is?
notarized that states who is part of the LLC.
Okay, and was that in our application, or that's the one that went to Dave and?
It's reposted on the website. It was the same
Okay.
letter. It was the same memo. It was just notarized that he's the LLC.
Okay. One of the other things is the SEAF, nobody signed off on it, which is just something that needs to be done. It doesn't change the data on it. I also saw that I don't know why some of these things are still on the books, but there's a couple of open permits that go back to 2015 and one open complaint going back to 2011. I don't know whether or not
Those
Dennis
have been
is-
rectified as well. I've re-added them to the agenda. They were closed out as of yesterday.
Okay.
There's no current open complaints.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Good. I didn't revisit this one.
Yeah.
Within the past 24 hours. I'm looking at what was submitted to us before that. So, I mean, those are just some of the things that I found in the application, but it sounds like the applicant has rectified it.
Sounds good. Okay.
I can add to the short environmental assessment form. This is a type 2 action under SECRA, so it's exempt from SECRA review.
Right.
So although they submitted an EAF, which is helpful, one is not required and shouldn't be considered.
I go back to what I asked for, and if the applicant can't get it, can you please, Brittany, find it? Since there was a restaurant here previously, it would have had a special permit. If this one needs a special permit, that one would have needed it. And therefore, can we get a copy of any prior special permit? Because very often there are conditions of something that was an issue at some point. So can we please get copies of the prior special permit resolutions for the site.
Okay, I'll put in a request for those.
Thank you.
Yeah, we did, good evening, everybody. Pat Costabile, I work with the engineer. We did put in a request for all documents, and the documents that were returned to us did not have any of previous special permit things issued. So we asked the same question, so.
Okay, well, hopefully one of us can get an answer.
Yep.
Is there anyone here that wants to speak about this application? Anyone in the public?
Well, so I have a much more critical question. Mr. Teixeira, is it I take it it's an Italian restaurant?
Yes,
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 ma'am.
it is. So
Okay.
yeah, it's our first restaurant that we owned. We've been in the city for 20 years. I was at the Russian Tea Room for 20 years. She was at a lot of
BLT and Loring Place and
Yeah. So this is our first in Westchester. We love Mamaroneck, and we want to bring you guys.
I was just curious.
Yes.
So,
I actually have a couple of questions
Please.
that I didn't see in here. What are your proposed hours of operation?
It's about 11 to 11.
11 to 11 on every day of the week, or?
Proposed right now, it's Monday through Sunday. Yes.
Okay, so it's every day of the week. And are you proposing to ever have any live music or amplified music?
No.
No music. No outdoor seating?
Not right now. No.
I don't actually foresee that in the future as well. It's just it's not conducive. It doesn't look like a comfortable, sidewalk atmosphere.
Right. Are you planning, I don't know exactly the renovations, but a lot of times restaurants, they do the front wall where it can completely open up. Are you planning anything like that, or is it going to
No,
be?
not at all. So
Not at
the
all.
renovations are basically cosmetically, just cosmetic. Yeah.
So the
we're-
restaurant, the dining area, everything's going to remain enclosed.
Absolutely. Yes.
Currently in place and what we plan to keep, there are 2 sliding doors at the front of the facade that do open up to create a bigger space area. We've been using them for deliveries and whatnot.
But not for seating or dining.
No.
Correct. No.
Okay. And you also have, you have an upstairs area in the back? I think I saw in the plans.
No, it's a,
We call it the attic. It
No.
looks like storage.
No, I saw something specific saying a dining room.
no,
Or
it's
is
a
that-
dining room in the back.
Oh, that's a-
Oh, the back room. Okay, sorry.
Yes, it's elevated slightly, but not elevated to a point where it's a second floor.
Oh, okay. And there's no dining out back, correct?
No,
Outside. So the restaurant's completely contained.
it's completely contained, the same square footage. Everything is basically the same. It's just we're changing names.
Okay, well, like Chairwoman Kramer said, or not Chairwoman, I'm sorry. Member Kramer said, we should look at the history on this and get.
Oh, absolutely, and I
get the
encourage
last
you guys.
special permit.
Again, we're super excited to be here.
I have a quick question.
Go ahead.
Do you have any takeout business or delivery business contemplated?
We do plan on it, absolutely. We've signed up, we're started accounts with Grubhub and Uber Eats. And our deliveries will be outsourced. We won't retain delivery people on site.
Okay. All right. Does anyone else have any questions regarding this matter? Board members, members of the public? Okay. So at this point, I assume you want to retain this open for the information you're waiting for, Robin, or?
I just want to see the special permit because I don't have necessarily, I think we should just keep it open. As far as I'm concerned, we just keep it open to get those copies of the resolution. I don't need it to be kept open for anything else.
Okay. The only thing is if there's things in that, yeah, I guess, whatever.
I mean,
All
as I recall, and it's been, I don't really remember. I don't think there was substantive issues on this site, but I don't 100% remember, it's too many restaurants in too many years. But I don't recall it.
So, what do we ask this one? Is there a motion to close subject to the receipt of the?
Did you ask if anybody else wanted to speak, Dave, from the audience?
I did.
I'll move to close subject to receiving copies of the resolutions. Leave it open to receive copies of former prior resolutions.
And I can second that.
Okay. Okay. Greta,
Yes.
Brian,
Yes.
Robin, myself. Okay. All right, the hearing is closed. Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you for your time.
Yeah. All right. Next hearing is application. Wait a minute. Just want to make a note of the subject to prior resolution. Okay. The next is number 2 on the new hearings. It's the application 04 AV 22 700 South Barry. The applicant here. This is a special permit. No, this is a renewal of the special permit. Is the applicant here?
Promoted. He's just getting settled, I think.
Okay.
Adam, do you want me to promote Conrad as well? Is he part of your team?
Yes, can you hear me at this point?
Yes.
Okay, and
good evening.
Good evening, how are you? Let me try to get my video on as well.
Okay, there you go.
No, I didn't succeed. There we go. I apologize. I'm Adam Weckstein from the law firm of Hockerman, Tortorella, and Weckstein. I'm representing the applicant, Mamaroneck Beach and Yacht Club and Spa Inc., which is the not-for-profit entity that operates the club. We are here to renew a special permit which your board granted in July of 2019 to allow non-member events. It was the first of the special permits granted to this applicant. They're actually for the prior operator, owner of the club. There were 3 additional ones that had previously been granted for non-member events. We are not, as part of our request, seeking to change our operations in any way. We are not, as part of our request, seeking to make any improvements or changes on site that relate to non-member events. At this point, I know how short for time you are. So what I would like to do is, number 1, have Conrad Roncati, who's the president of the club, take you briefly through what's been going on as far as member and non-member events over the last 3 years. And then both he and I will be available to answer questions or address concerns that the board may have. If there are any issues we wish us to discuss, we're happy to do that.
Okay, so you're going to address changes that since the last resolutions, changes of operation?
Well, I don't think there really have been, but I will let.
You're asking for the renewal of one. I just don't want, we've been through this. So this is a renewal application right now. That's all this is, right?
That is all this is.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Conrad, you just want to briefly describe the events that have happened?
Yes, good evening, everyone. We're seeking renewal, of course, as Mr. Weckstein states. We received our first permit in 2019, which, as Mr. Weckstein mentioned, was a continuation of prior history under prior ownership. I'm Conrad Roncati. I'm the president of the club. We have submitted all the required and requisite paperwork to the village. We've submitted our 990 forms annually. I've been in touch with Mr. Tavolacci, who asked me to resend everything so that they were readily available to him and whoever else inquired. I did so about a month ago. And we've submitted for 2019, 2020. And we also have this evening, Mr. Weckstein has asked me to provide the amount of member and non-member events. We are fully aware and comply with the 20% non-member to member event limitations. In 2019, we had 16 non-member events, 70 member events. That's 18.6%, so we're under the 20. In 2020, it was a COVID year. We had 3 non-member events, 24 member events. That was about 11% on the calculation. And in 2021, business improved a little bit. With COVID abating, we had 10 non-member events, 54 member events. That is 15.6%. Certainly 2021 is partially within our current cycle. We're tracking well below 20% events, and we can certainly provide that information tabulated if requested at the end of the year and when we submit our next set of applications.
Okay, thank you.
If I just might add quickly, I know the board is busy. There's been no substantive change to the operation of the club. Things continue. There's been a significant amount of investment in the club. It continues to improve. We're very happy to be a part of that and provide this for the general community at large. Happy to answer any questions.
Yeah,
have you
seen a letter of
gotten
April
any-
5? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Have you gotten any violations for going beyond the bounds of your special permit in terms of having events, non-member events, music, amplified music going beyond the time frame?
No, and there's been no other violations that haven't been cured with respect to pure building department issues. We had a fire inspection yesterday, for example. All went well. We're in constant communication with the building department. I would say every few weeks, if not more. We're undergoing a pool renovation right now, so we're constantly in communication with the building department. Yes.
Is there someone else who had their hand raised? Okay. Were you aware of a letter from I want the applicant to be aware. Are you aware of a letter that we received from Ferreira from a neighbor dated April 5?
There was something that Mr. Weckstein sent to me today.
No, Mr. Weckstein, are you aware of such a letter? I guess the answer is yes.
The Newman Ferrari letter, yes, I
April 5th, yes.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure you had it, that's all.
We do. And I'm happy if the board wants me to address any of the issues raised.
You make those decisions. Okay. We'll respect you on that one. All right. Is there
I have a couple questions.
Okay.
Sure. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, you said you have filed the forms 990. If I look at the resolution that we had, we asked for forms 990 and 990T. 2 different types of forms are required.
So our accountant files everything. He filed a 990N in 2018, and he files 990s each year.
Okay.
That's what the IRS requires. We're a 501c7.
Well, one of the conditions was a form 990 and a form 990T. It would be, I think, helpful to go through the conditions in our special permit and to provide evidence that you've complied with all of those conditions.
Well, let's see if there any are an issue. Which ones do you want to run through them all quickly?
Yeah.
So that's the applicant comply with all requirements. I don't know, the first one is what, 34259? I don't, 35.
I can affirm compliance with all of these things. No more than 20% of the events we just went through. We filed the 990s, which are all that's required of us. I can't file a form that's, it's not applicable to a 501c7.
Right. Greta, it's a 990N was filed 1 year. I don't know what else was filed.
Well, the permit, the special permit requires a 990T.
It doesn't apply. It's not applicable under the IRS rules. I guess.
So you didn't file a 990T.
Where it's, I think it would be illegal to file a 990T if it's not applicable to our sub-chapter 7 organization. We're fully compliant with every IRS filing.
You filed a 990 form though, correct?
Yes, sir, absolutely, and twice have sent it to the village. We've never had a non-member event commence before 8 a.m. We've never had a non-member event go continue after 12 a.m. During the week or after 2 a.m. on a Friday or Saturday. We don't have outdoor music. We don't have, we haven't had any outdoor amplified music in 2 years, maybe 3. I actually don't recall ever having outdoor amplified music. We don't have an outdoor speaker system of any kind installed, and we don't have outdoor amplified. We're not, none of the events this year, for example, have outdoor amplified music.
Can I ask you a question about
Yes,
that?
sir.
Do you have open windows? I mean, you must have indoor amplification.
We
Do you
have,
so are there open windows in the facility?
the only time we don't have open windows, we have all fixed windows. We do, of course, have doors. During COVID, in 2020 and 2021, there were events where doors were kept open for safety purposes. Under COVID, we had a prom, I believe the school is Holy Child. So, young girls having a prom, all girls school, and the doors were left open for COVID reasons, yes.
Could that happen? If you recollect, was that somewhere around the end of May in 21?
Yes. May 20th. I saw we did get another correspondence last week. Being proactive and responsible, I went back and looked at the date. It was an event on May 20th. It was the Holy Child Prom. And we do recall that the doors were left open because of COVID, but that's an unusual circumstance.
Thank you. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Anything else on this?
In your application on number 6, there was a question about violations.
Yeah.
You indicated 2 violations had been issued, but you didn't give any information as to what they were about, except saying that they were not, they didn't apply. But I think that's for us to decide whether they apply or not.
I can take you through that very quickly.
Absolutely, no problem.
One was from the day after you last granted your special permit, and it said there was work going on a seawall and a roof that had not been properly permitted. It was closed. Again, that was, I believe, your permit was the 11th of July 11th, 2019. That was July 12th. The other one was from over a year ago, and there was apparently a machine operating doing some clearing before 8 a.m. on one day, and that has been closed as well. So those were the 2 violations.
And the seawall and roof were emergency work, and then we had that inspected. We filed a permit on the roof, and all those violations have been rescinded or closed, I guess, by the building department.
Yes,
We've been
they were.
very, very diligent about dealing with that. In fact, a year ago, Frank Tavolacci called and said that there were older outstanding permits that had never been closed out from 10 and 15 years ago before our tenure there. And we spent a lot of time reviewing each of those, doing field visits, site visits, and closing all those out also, even though they had nothing to do with us, to clean up the village files.
Mr. Brancati,
Yes, ma'am.
one of the letters from a neighbor says that you had outdoor amplification on October 23rd of last year.
October 23rd was a bar mitzvah. We did not have outdoor amplification. I think it was the same condition, ma'am, which it was COVID. There were young children. We left the doors open at their request. Thought it was a responsible thing to do. It's not our policy to disturb our neighbors. It's certainly not our policy to have loud music emanating from the property. We're very conscious of that. We've never been issued a violation by the town. We've never been issued a noise violation by the town, and we diligently monitor everything. I admit doors were probably left open at a couple of events, but we don't have outdoor music. We don't have outdoor bands. We don't have outdoor music systems installed. And I would submit that it was very, very particular circumstances with COVID that we left the doors open, and would ask that our neighbors understand historically that was an issue.
Was that a non-member event?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so the most of our non-member events are schools, proms, teachers associations, the Mamaroneck Police Department, Mamaroneck Fire Department. Those are mostly our non-member events, or not other nonprofit organizations.
And if anyone here wants to speak to this?
Yes, there are some people raising their hand. Hold on one
Okay,
second.
let's go.
Okay, I promoted 2 people. Would I ever like to begin?
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Randolph McLaughlin. I'm with the firm Newman Ferrara. I'm here with Beverly Sherrod, who is the president of the Shore Acres Property Owners Association, SAPOA. The chair has already referenced a letter that was sent by my firm, authored by Deborah Cohen, to Mr. Weckstein on April 5th, the same day it was forwarded to the board. As we said in the letter, we've had a good relationship with the applicant.
The letter that we have, the letter I have on April 5, just so we can be clear, is not a letter, a copy of a letter to the applicant. It's a letter to the board.
Yes, sir. Yeah, that's exactly right. The letter I'm referring to is the letter that Ms. Cohen sent to the board with a CC to Mr. Weckstein. That's all I'm suggesting to you. And I know you've had a long meeting, you've got many more items, so I'm not going to belabor the point with you today, but we've listed 4 items that we believe the board needs to have answers to, questions raised in those 4 items.
Right.
I'm not gonna,
How does the lawsuit that you referred to in your first item have anything to do with this board's jurisdiction? I don't know what the lawsuit's about,
well,
nor is it relevant to this board's determination.
it's relevant in this sense, Mr. Chairman, and if I may, it's relevant in this sense that Mr. Mancati is here as the president of the board of that entity, but it's my understanding that there's litigation challenging his status with the, at least there's litigation pending. I'm not a party to the litigation. If he can assure us that it has nothing to do with his status as president and he's going to continue in that role, then that's fine.
I can put.
I don't think.
It involves a different-
Just a minute, everybody. Excuse me. Everybody, bring it down. And
I apologize.
No, I'm not. Okay, just a second.
I have a.
May I just chair the meeting, Robert? Thank you. Okay.
I'll wait.
If not, I'll take a hike. I don't care. So let me explain. This letter is about litigation that you don't know anything about, or you don't know. It challenges someone's status. I don't really care about that unless you can show us a court order saying that this person is lying to us and is misrepresenting himself or herself. I don't understand that. I'm not getting involved in sideshows of matrimonials or other actions of any type. This has nothing to do with us. I don't need, you're asking this board in your letter to clarify how the resolution of the lawsuit is. I have no idea, and that's not our function. We're not here on that. Your second matter is, during the expendency, you say that concerns were brought to the village manager, and you want us to get a full report from the appropriate village representative. I don't know what that, if you knew of that, you can get it to us. We look at it. We don't ask for reports from the boards, from other villages. If there is something, you could bring it to us. If you have, I'll let you go on in a minute. The last is the need for continued monitoring of a sewer pipe. I have no idea what that has to do with us, but you can talk to that because you think it relates to the use of the premises. And then you say the applicant is, you want us to confirm, okay, he's talked to the 990. Okay, so why don't you go ahead, but please stay to point on this. I'm not interested in other lawsuits, and there's a stipulation attached to this, which has got to do with a briefing schedule for motions, which has nothing to do with us. It's just, I mean, it's just throwing something at us that it's meaningless to me. That's my understanding. Other board members may differ, in which case I'd ask them to speak, please. And I didn't mean to interrupt you, Robin, but go ahead. No.
I believe Robin has the floor. Mrs. Kramer has the floor. I don't want to interrupt her.
I'll let you continue.
Oh, there you go.
I'll
Now
let you continue.
Thank you. Our requests are very straightforward and very simple. First, we're not suggesting that Mr. Mancati is doing anything inappropriate or lying to the board. Let's
Then
just
move on,
make that
move
clear.
on to the second point. Let's leave that point alone.
Fine.
I don't want to hear it. Maybe other members do. I'm not interested in a lawsuit. I don't think about it. I'm sorry.
With respect to the second point, it's my understanding that complaints have been made about noise issues and other
What is
issues.
your understanding about those complaints? Who made them? When were they made? And what are they? I mean, they're relevant, but just to tell me complaints have been made, we should go and get a village report.
The president of our board, Ms. Sherrod, is here. I believe she may be able to address that issue for you.
Okay, next. For you. Okay.
I am
next.
promoting her now.
Well, why don't we finish the letter, sir, so you can go. Anything else you want to add, sir, before we?
Well, about the Otter Creek issue, if I can.
Please.
That issue is a very simple issue. As you may know, the Otter Creek, the sewer pipe has had a lot of issues over the years, and we remain concerned about whether or not that sewer pipe has been adequately repaired and whether it functions. Because if you're having these events, you're going to have increased sewage and those kinds of issues. That's
To
what we're asking.
your knowledge, sir, does that sewer pipe at the present time inoperative or not working properly?
I'm not an engineer. I don't know whether it is or isn't.
Okay,
I'm asking.
thank you. Okay.
That's all.
Well, I think that's asking to prove a negative in to a degree. I mean, but I understand your point. Well taken, and thank you.
And
Okay.
the final point, the final point is Mr. Mancati has given us information today. I'm not sure it's contained in the 990s or in some other documents that he has. So I'd only ask that whatever documents, financial or otherwise, that he has that shows the ratio of non-member events and member events, that be provided to the board. That's all we're asking about that.
Thank you very much, sir.
Ms. Sheridan may have some issues on to identify for the noise complaints.
Thank you.
Hello.
Good evening.
Okay, thank you. I'm Beverly Sherrod, and I am president of the Shore Acres Property Owners Association. I have been, first I want to say that in 2019, we signed a memorandum of understanding with the new owners of the club, and we still, it was based on trust, and we still hope that we are going to be having a very amicable relationship. There are things we don't know answers to. We have had complaints. I have had complaints about noise from the club. I understand police were called. I don't have the police blotter, so I don't know where the records are, but that presumably could be produced. It may be the times that Mr. Roncati was just referencing.
Were you witness to any of the events in question that you thought you heard that may have been the subject of complaints?
I mean, I'm sorry, I didn't hear the first part of your question.
Were you witness to any of the events regarding the subject?
No, I wasn't. I live a block away. It's quieter where I am. It's mainly the people who live along Alder Road who have the trouble. They're right across the creek. To go back to the sewer line, when they received their sort of temporary permission to go forward from the planning board in 2019, Mr. Roncati made the point that he couldn't repair the sewer line until he knew what his approved site plan would be. And they were supposed to return with their site plan in 2019 before the pandemic started, which I don't believe they ever did. So I don't think the sewer line's ever been repaired because they don't have an approved plan. They, meanwhile, though, have apparently, according to this lawsuit that we've seen between the partners, invested millions of dollars in construction without an approved site plan. And we're concerned about that. I don't know that that's a zoning issue, but it's certainly a village issue that we're concerned about.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anything else you wanted to add? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off at all.
Oh,
It sounds that way on Zoom because
No, I know. We've all been coping with Zoom.
Okay.
I have a question. Perhaps Mr. Roncati can answer it now, but we have seen the filings between him and Mr. Shallow, who we were told were in partnership together, and now they seem to be suing each other as to who's in charge. We don't know who's in charge. We don't know who we're negotiating with or asking for this information, actually.
So you're asking who is in charge of?
Yeah, who, we don't, this hasn't.
He's the president, I believe.
He's the president, but I believe that Mr. Shallow is the person who is actually on site managing it.
Okay,
and Mr. Roncati has been in New Jersey, so, and they're on opposite sides of this lawsuit.
Okay, no, that's the subject of a lawsuit. I think if there's a question here, do we know of an individual who is in charge of the premises?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Okay, and you're the applicant. Very good.
Yes, and where I live, and if I live in New Jersey or California, it doesn't
Excuse me.
matter.
Thank you very much. You've answered the question, really.
I was answering Ms. Sherrod, my apologies.
Okay.
If I may, sir.
Remember, have any questions regarding this?
I'm sorry?
I was asking the board if they have any questions.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. Do any members of the public have any questions?
Sir, may I
How about if you get members of the board with questions? So I have a question for Ms. Sherrod.
I did say that. I said that was.
I know, and then you immediately went into the public, so I didn't have a chance to say.
I'm sorry. I apologize. Do any members of the board have any questions?
So Ms. Sherrod, I have a question for you. Because I'm a little confused by this petition, and I don't know if it was run by SAPOA or just brought by neighbors, but we got a copy of a petition. And it's a little perplexing because some of the people signed last year, so it was a year before the 2022 renewal. Some of the people signed many. So the point is, why was this petition prepared? And who was it prepared for, and why was it prepared? I'm confused.
I have to say that I don't know anything about it. It's
Robin, if that's the Bleecker Avenue.
That's across the water.
That's across the water.
Okay. I just didn't. So the question I still have. So is there someone here from that petition?
Yes. Yes, there is. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, I'm Claire Zelenka. I'm from 490 Bleecker across the water, and I am one of the people who signed that petition. And we signed it, we brought that petition together because the noise is quite unbearable at times. I called the police in October of 2019. There was a bar mitzvah going on at the club, and it was so loud. I could tell you the name of every relative that was in attendance at that bar mitzvah. I could tell you everything that was going on. It was so loud. I couldn't understand how the people attending the bar mitzvah could even talk to each other. But anyway, I don't know if the windows were open or closed on that night. The decibel level was just incredible. And that has been a continuing problem. The noise level is just, it's something you wouldn't expect to experience living in the village of Mamaroneck. I talked to one of the police officers. I said, you know what? I know it's 10 o'clock on a Saturday night. He said, it's 10 o'clock on a Saturday night. I said, yeah, but this isn't 3rd Avenue in Manhattan. This is the village of Mamaroneck. I don't expect to be having this disco music blasted. It blasted. Anyway, I'm going on and on. I'm kind of tired too, and I'm getting over a bad cold. But we're very concerned about the fact that the special permit allows for amplified music until 12 o'clock, I believe, even on a Sunday. It's just way too late. It's way too late. It's way too disturbing. I don't know if anybody else is on the meeting from 490 Bleecker, but I know my whole neighborhood that surrounds this building, it is a problem for us. And we would like that to be addressed. Did you have any other questions about the petition?
Yeah, I have there's a real question that I was perplexed by. You started to prepare this in May 2021. You said you had problems in September, October of 2019. So why did you start to prepare this in 2021 relating to a 2022 renewal? I'm a little perplexed by why you did this a year ago for something. Were you just doing it in advance and not submitting it, or why?
I personally did not prepare the petition. I signed it. Okay. I had nothing to do with the preparation of the petition. But I did call the police in 2019 in October.
Okay, so we don't know the answer to my question. Okay, that's fine.
Right.
Can I ask a question?
I have tried to call. I even tried to call the club to say, you know what? Would you mind like turning the music down? Could the DJ just lower the music? And there was no one answered the phone call. I was even tempted on occasion to drive over there and say, is there any way you could just turn it down? But no, I didn't prepare the petition, so I can't answer those questions.
Okay, thank you very much.
What's the frequency of the problem? You know, you described very specifically some situations that certainly were, sounding very loud and disturbing, but how often does it happen? Can you give us some guidance?
It's clearly not as often because of COVID. So I can't really give you an accurate answer right now because COVID kind of changed everything. But in 2019, it was enough for me to want to drive over there and knock on the door and say, could you turn the music down? So it was at least maybe once or twice a month.
Was it once or twice a month? I mean, you said you called them once. So was it once or twice a month, or was it once? I'm sorry, I'm trying to understand.
You know what? It was in 2019. It was in 2019, and I don't remember exactly. Okay. And this all just came to a head now because the special permit, there's being an application for it to be renewed, and specifically in the special permit is something allowing for noise amplification, which I'm kind of incredulous about.
Okay. Any other questions any board members have?
Mr. Chairman, it's Conrad Roncati with your
Excuse me,
permission.
excuse
I'd
me.
like to
I'm
clear
waiting.
up a prior comment I made. I think it was Mr. Gladstein asked me a question. The bat mitzvah from last fall was actually a member event. I received a text of somebody who's listening, and it was a member event where we had the doors open due to COVID. Also, I would like to point out that, again, that we do not have any exterior amplified music in the past 3 years.
All right.
And I just find that shocking. I guess you really don't need it because whatever system you have in place now,
Right.
with all due respect, is very, very loud.
Ma'am, I'm happy to meet with
Excuse
you.
me,
at the
excuse
club.
me, both.
Yes, sir, I'm
This
sorry.
is not for people to have a dialogue with each other. If you'd like to, you need to arrange to meet and speak on your own, okay? Are there
Yeah,
any,
one-
no, not one thing.
One last thing, sir.
You want to just go to the
there is-
next hearing? I'm going to ask you again.
I'm sorry.
Next time, we'll just skip to the next hearing. Then you can be upset. And I'm sorry, we have an evening here. Put you at
Yes,
the,
sir.
okay? Now, are there any board members that have any questions at this point?
I don't have additional questions, but I think it would be important to have the backup of the member versus non-member events.
Okay. That's something we can, okay, would you like to
I
request
did,
that?
I just provided those
Okay.
numbers, sir.
You know, Mr. Applicant, I'm gonna have to ask you, please, you're gonna have to talk to your counsel, but please, I can't have this, okay? It's just not gonna be, the next time we'll just go to the end of the meeting. That's the end of it. It's not gonna happen tonight then. I'm sorry, Greta, do you want to get those for the next meeting? Is that what you
Yeah,
want?
in writing,
In
you know,
writing.
the written backup.
Okay, fine. This
Right,
isn't,
and-
your permit doesn't end for a while, does it? No. This,
We're July 11th.
yeah, July, okay, fine.
And David,
Yeah, bro.
it would be good to get the dates of the non-member events
Okay.
that were held over the past 3 years, just to see whether or not these complaints correspond, because I don't believe there are the same restrictions on the member events. So
Right.
it
All right,
will be
so we'll
relative.
get the dates and you want the dates and the number, et cetera. Okay. Anything else any board member wants? Okay. Anyone here from the public want anything? Have any questions?
Yes, I have one question, please.
Well, your name, please?
My name is John Bentley. I live on Shore Acres Drive.
Okay.
I actually have two quick questions. One, and I apologize, I didn't get an opportunity to read the special permit. So my first question is Mamaroneck Beach and Yacht capped at the number of events that they can have during the year? So, if they wanted to, they could have 365 events throughout the year. That's my first question. And the second question is, I believe there's a patio off of the main dining room. So even though the amplified music is indoors, are people allowed on the patio until 2 a.m.? Because if there's 100 guests on the patio talking, that could be very loud. And I think that causes a lot of the noise complaints, the noise that everybody hears.
Okay, I don't know. Well, if the applicant wants to speak to that, he can.
Adam?
I don't know what the practice is, but when they're member events, there's no restriction like that. Certainly the number of events it's a permitted principal use. It's not the subject to the special permit. So there's no absolute limitation, nor would there be a limitation on people talking outside on a patio as could be the case in any club. I mean, for better or for worse, this is on to be a country club. It's not as if there's a single family residence here. It will have certain characteristics.
Yeah, because I'm just bringing this up because I know Shore Acres Club, our special permit, that we're not allowed to be outdoors on the patio past 9 p.m. And we strive to stick to that rule. So that's why I'm curious to see if Mamaroneck Beach and Yacht people are allowed on the patio out till 2 a.m. So it seems like you guys that they're allowed.
I don't have the permit in front of me. It's the same one. We'll look at it for the next time if you want. It has the hours. It's till 12 a.m. Non-member event on a Friday or Sunday. They continue only until 2. No outdoor music and fire. All right, I'll take a look at it later on, but it is what it is. Each one is different on its face, but it will depend on what happened. To believe that there was some significant differences, but be that as it may, bring that up at the next time. We're not going to close this today. Is there anyone else who wants to speak on this? So based on what we want now, and the factors, and Greta, particularly those that you mentioned, we're going to adjourn this, I assume, and they'll come back with that information. Is that the general consensus of the board? Robin, Brian?
Yes.
Yeah, well,
Yes.
yeah. Okay, and we'll do that. Okay, thank you very much. The matter stands
Thank
adjourned.
you.
Thank you for your patience
Thank
and your
you.
courtesy.
All right, the next matter is 1304 Raleigh Road. Which is, let's see. This is an application for, okay, oh, this is the application for an area variance to put in a generator where there's a required area yard of 25, 16.2. All right, we have the application on that. Is the applicant here?
He is.
Good evening, how are you?
Good. How you doing?
All right, thank you. Very good. You want to just briefly explain, or we have your paperwork here, but if you want to just, is there anything you want to tell us about this?
All right. Looking to install a generator. I'm on a corner lot. The setback is 16 and a half feet. And it's the only place that the generator can go. So I'm looking for a variance.
Okay. Brian, you took a look at this. Did you have any questions or comments on this for the applicant?
Yeah, just to give a little bit more background, I did do a site visit to the property. It is a corner lot. It was built, and I believe it's probably a pre-existing non-conforming because it's supposed to be, I think I read somewhere, a 25-foot setback, but there's only 19 feet to the property line as I measured. Where they want to put the generator is proximate to fire services around the four corners of the house. It's the only area which is not either under a window or next to a bedroom or next to a neighbor's bedroom. The closest neighbor is on a different elevation and is a complete floor higher. Their first floor is about the roof level of this house. So, and they also have some paver steps coming out from the actual building, which extend further to the property line than what they're asking for this generator. So, that's basically the conditions on site. It is close to the electrical panel where the electric comes into the building. And, those are the conditions that I observed.
Okay. Any board member have any questions regarding this?
I noticed that this applicant has a survey from 2014.
Right. Yeah.
It has been the policy of the board, and we have frequently in the past asked for surveys that were more recent. And in fact, it's written as part of the application. This is not the only application we received this week that has an old survey, but it's a requirement that you have a survey dated within 1 year. This wasn't even updated. 2014 was a long time ago. It's 8 years ago. Lots of things could have changed. The survey doesn't have dimensions on it, doesn't have the rear yard dimensions. It's pretty informative-less. And I don't think we have the information we need. I probably would vote for this. I don't have a problem. I think you can't put generators necessarily in a lot of places, but I have a problem with getting these kinds of applications that don't comply with our requirements and are missing so much information.
Okay, well, I think what we're saying is we need a new updated survey on this. The only thing is,
Well,
the only setback I don't see on here is really the rear yard, correct?
Yeah, and that's the one that's
Right,
relevant.
And, while it does not change the fact that obviously having a professional survey is more determinative, I did notice that, and I did physically measure from the house to the fence, which is the property line, which is 19 feet.
Okay. All right, well, I think we should
We
probably.
don't have any photographs either, David. I mean,
Yeah, yeah.
What was difficult about this is really, there was lot of information that we did not have.
Right.
Well, I think we should get
What
this.
type of photographs though? Because there was Google aerial, we had photos of where just to clarify so I can explain to the applicant.
Well, I think this, it shows the house around and the area where the generator is going to be placed.
Right.
Right. So what pictures in addition would they need?
Where is that? That wasn't in.
I don't see one.
It
Oh, I
was
see.
my
Oh,
package.
there's
There is
one
one.
photo, yes.
Yeah, there is one.
No,
actually.
there's a couple.
several.
There's an aerial showing that it's a corner property.
And they're posted on the website.
Yeah, see,
Route-
this is
Yeah.
difficult for us to understand. I mean, we got a package. The package had certain information. My assumption is when I get the package that is complete except for later information. But then I need to know that there's later information submitted.
There wasn't later information. The packets were sent out complete.
I got this.
Later. It's all
I
right.
got this package weeks ago.
Right.
Yeah, and that was all in it. We've checked every one and they're all the same. I don't know, something.
The two photos in it.
But yeah, no, you're right. I see the photos now. I stand corrected.
I didn't see them at the beginning. yet.
Limited photo. It's not a photo of the full backyard. I didn't really have a sense of what the options were, from these submissions.
So more of someone standing back more to see all the locations possible for the generator?
Yeah.
There really aren't any options. This is the only place that it can go. Otherwise, it's under bedroom windows or under.
Okay, well, we're going to have to get a survey anyway. So why don't we do this? Since it's not an extra trip in, get in a survey and some photographs of the area. Would that be to everyone's satisfaction then? Because you have to come back on the survey anyway. I really concur with Robin on that.
Just so the applicant understands though, we've looked through the property file. There is no updated survey. So the applicant would have to get a surveyor to come out to the property, just so you understand, Susan. It would have to be an updated survey by a surveyor, licensed surveyor.
Right, yeah.
And going to one other thing, I know, Brian, you said that the rear yard now is 19 feet. The objection from the building department said the rear yard required 25 feet, doesn't say what the existing is. And it says the proposed is 16.2. That would mean the generator is, if you're right, 2.8 feet. Is that the size of the generator? I'm not sure.
So it's a 22 kilowatt generator. I did not, I believe in our packet, they might have
There
the
is a dimension
dimensions.
here. It's 25
Yeah,
inches wide.
Yeah,
It's what?
25 inches wide.
right. And it's similar to the last one that we had approved. So although it's only about 2 feet wide, you're not, you're going to want a distance from the house. So the 3.5 feet that they're asking for is reasonable.
Yeah, but I think the question is I think we do need to get an updated survey. They'll usually just update and revise it as well.
And show us that dimension on the survey, please, the rear yard, which is the one at issue.
Right. Okay. All right, so why don't we do this? We'll put it over for next month, just on those two items. The photograph.
I have a couple other things that I noticed.
I'm sorry, by all means. Go ahead, Greta.
I'm sorry. The parcel history, it looks like, I don't know whether this thing is open or not. It said, it's kind of hard to, you have issued and closed, but it looks like there's a sanitary sewer compliance certificate that was issued. It doesn't say closed. I don't know if it needs to say closed, but these other.
No, their issue does not mean open. If it would say open, if there were any open violations, and I confirm that there weren't any.
Okay, then that's good.
The way our parcel history shows.
Okay, that's great. Then on the
Well, actually,
on the EAF number 9, is it number 9? No, number 10, excuse me.
10 is the water supply.
Yeah, I had circled, number 5 is, incorrect. Is this proposed action a permitted use? You had
Right.
said
It should
no.
be yes.
It should be yes.
5A. 5A. I noticed that as well. 5A.
The use is what you're referring to. It is a permitted use.
Yeah, it's permitted.
A type 2,
Yeah,
we
it's
don't
not-
really have any authority to review any environmental, so I'm not sure that that's relevant to any. to our
It's just correcting the record.
Right. And I was going to ask Charlie about that as well, because that's basically what happened with one of the other applicants, that they're not subject to it.
But
Yeah,
doesn't,
if
the
it's
type 2 shows that, right?
If it's a type 2 action, it's completely exempt from secret and they don't even have to submit an EAF.
Right, but so the question, Greta's raising the question is, since it was submitted, if it's inaccurate, should it be corrected? Think, Greta?
I think since it's there, we should note that it's just incorrect and correct that one. It's because that's accurate. You have a document in there, even if it's the wrong, and it had the wrong name on it, you would say, well, at least fix your name on it, but it's not relevant or pertinent, but for identification purposes and just for accuracy.
Or throw it out.
Or throw it out. If that's what you want to do.
That I can't, no, I don't know how to do. Okay, so we're gonna hold this open for the 2 matters, correct?
Yes.
Open for a survey. And open for photo.
Now, where do you want the what do you want the photos of?
The area where it's going to be, as well as a few pictures of the yard itself, I guess, so people can see that this is the proper location.
And
I think-
photographs of the other side, because you're saying this is and Brian is saying this is the only place not next to a bedroom, but we don't have anything that shows the other windows or anything else. So there's nothing in the record that says that this is the only place.
Right. So, you can take pictures of the 4 corners of the house and you can mark where a bedroom is, or you can mark where the neighbor's house, where their bedroom is.
All right.
All right.
I'll send it.
All right. Everyone in agreement on that then? Okay. Greta, yes?
Yeah.
Robin, Brian, we're all in agreement?
Yes.
Very good. Is that a yes, Robin? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, next matter. Thank you very much, Matt.
Okay, thank you.
We'll be on for next month. It should be very brief. And actually, that makes the second one on for next month, doesn't it? All right, we have to
Okay.
come and deal with that.
I'll see you next.
Okay. The next matter is application 06 AV 22, 243 Madison Street. This is an area variance to construct a new 2-family. Okay. And they're proposing 3 floors instead of 2.5, and FAR. Okay, in excess. Okay, is the applicant here?
Promoting him.
Okay. Good evening. Could you identify yourself, please?
Arthur, you're still muted. You have to unmute yourself.
Okay. I am Arthur Yellen, architect, and I'm representing Finally Home Realty LLC for this project. I'd like to give some introductory background to the design procedure process. My intent was not to to have 3 stories or to exceed allowable floor area. I viewed the lowest level as a cellar, and in designing it, I'm used to thinking of cellars as not floor area. If you take the upper 2 floors, they have allowable floor area and allowable floor area ratio. All side yards are, side and front and rear yards are according to the zoning. The intent was to take the parking off the grade to beautify the site. The whole block has parking right in front of the buildings. I tried to find an alternate to what was being done across the street and everywhere else, which is the appearance of 3 stories with a lot of paving and giving access to a garage. So I intended to leave more landscaping in the front and everywhere else on site. So there are 2 parking spaces inside the building, and there are no living spaces on that lowest level. There are just entrances to the floors above. So that was the intent, not to take advantage of, not to increase allowable floor area, but to do other things. It so happens that it's being considered floor area, and that's I would be looking for a variance based on the fact that this property is narrow. It has lots of rock, blasting, trying to minimize blasting, and the site has a pretty steep slope. So the building is raised. Whether or not there's a lower level, the building will have to be raised.
And the variances you're seeking, if you could address? Or Robin, do you have any questions on this one?
I do have some. I'll let the applicant
You're familiar
finish.
with it. Okay, super, great, thank you. Does the applicant have anything further at this moment? If not, I think, Robin, you can.
Mr. Yellen, Arthur, do you have anything else you want to say right now?
I think that my client is online. Alicia, do you have anything to add? Okay, so the intent was to increase landscaping and get rid of the dominance of the car and try to provide, on a narrow property, try to provide privacy to the entrances and keep the environment as open and as clear as possible.
Right. And also to provide adequate, to, as Arthur said, to make it such that the first level or that parking area is not livable space, but that it's just parking with entrances to the above floor. So, and to beautify the property.
Okay, so I have a couple things. I know that the survey is a couple years old. It isn't again within the last year, so 2019. I don't know if there's been changes in conditions. You're doing a new building. It's almost less, but you know, we do have there's some issues with, so we should have an updated survey, something updated for a year within the past year. So ideally we get that. The other thing I noticed, and this is just again a very technical, is I noticed, Alicia, that it says that you're a member of the applicant entity, ownership entity, but just because you're a member of something doesn't mean you're authorized to file this application. So are you a managing member? Are you one of the only 2 members? What are you? Because nothing in the application says that. I mean, I could be a member.
I'm sorry. Yes, I'm a managing member. I'm one of 3 members, and I have a right to file the application.
There was additional paperwork added that was notarized that Dave had asked for. We sent over and we posted to Novus.
Okay, now I have some questions. I assume because there's no discussion about, as I didn't see, and obviously it could be there and I could have missed it, about the fact that this must be in the flood zone, I assume, correct?
Yes, it is.
And is that why you're trying to build why the second floor is So the first floor, I don't know if do you meet the required grade? Is so your bottom floor doesn't have livable space. I assume that complies with FEMA and village requirements in the flood zone.
That is part of the thinking. I have not, to be honest, analyzed all the requirements of the flood zone, but there are no livable spaces at that lower level.
Can I just ask, because I looked at the property and I looked at your documents. What is the elevation of the slab or the base of the garage here?
The garage is at 28 feet. That is 5 feet above the lowest level of the site is at curb level, which is 23 feet, and the garage would be 5 feet above it.
Well, the 100-year storm is at an elevation of 13 feet.
The first floor is 13 feet above the lowest level at grade.
Right, but it seems like your elevations are much higher than flood levels.
Mm-hmm.
And I also went past the property. You're seemingly up on a hill. Has this property ever flooded?
I'm not aware of the history of flooding.
Yeah, based on these numbers, I think the SEAF is wrong on page 3. I don't think it's in the 100-year floodplain, if these are the elevations we're dealing with.
Well, I can review that, obviously.
Yeah, and that's relevant to Ms. Kramer's question, because that was a question that I had as well. Are we building this in a certain way to get out of the floodplain? So I went past the property. I don't see it.
There's also the rock. We're trying to avoid extreme blasting.
That I can understand.
And we're trying to preserve some permeable soil.
But the specific question here was about flood and about the information you provided.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't believe it's in the floodplain, the 100-year floodplain.
Right. I will check.
Now, the application says it's 3-story. Does that include the garage? Or is the 3-story excluding the garage? Looking at the buildings nearby, they all have a ground floor level garage. The same way, I assume you did not provide any kind of any elevation from the exterior. You didn't provide an elevation of your proposed building.
I thought I did.
I didn't see an elevation in the application.
I'm sorry, I don't know how to manipulate Zoom to put it on the screen, but I thought I did provide an elevation.
I don't think.
The last sheet, the very last sheet.
Go look at it now and see if I
Well,
can.
do you have a plan number? Because Brittany may be able to put it up.
Yeah, tell me what page it is, Arthur, and I can pull it up.
A401, I believe.
A401.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see A401. That's almost like an internal. I want the exterior. I want to know what we have. Nothing that shows us what the outside of this building is going to look like on the property.
Right.
Which I would like to see. Proposing balcony. I mean, it's just a little. This is like an interior elevation showing us what each of the floors. I mean, are they interior stairs? I assume they are.
I'm sorry, I thought I had included that.
Robin, did you get A000, which is the exterior perspective?
I don't
this
see
sheet.
000.
Yeah, that's a sketch of the.
Yeah, it's a sketch, Robin. It's a sketch rendering. You see?
Nope, I don't see it. Actually, don't have that at all.
Is it on the?
There is one in here. Hang on.
It's there.
That's a section. Would be the next sheet. No, sorry.
The drawing
for-
that
Okay,
Brian just showed, what is that labeled as, Brian?
Well, I have it here, A000.
Yeah, that's the one I have. Yeah.
Exterior perspective. I'm
Yeah.
looking on Novus.
And I don't see it in my hard copies, and I didn't see it in my hard copies. And I'm looking now through the Novus, and I don't see it on Novus. So maybe mine got, for whatever reason, it's not here, but I don't see it, and I didn't see it.
Okay, yeah, I have the one you referred to, Brian, from September 5, 2019. Okay.
Correct.
The existing building.
Why don't we do this?
Yes. Wait, are you talking about, Brian, the existing building or the proposed?
No, I'm talking about,
That's the proposed.
this is it's a beautiful rendering of the building showing,
Yeah.
the front entranceway and the
I do not
don't-
have that.
deck.
All right.
Nope, don't have that at all. Did not see it, don't have it.
So this is a hard copy that came in the application, in my things, but you're right, I do not happen to see it on Novus.
And it isn't in my hard copy. Because when I went to look at the house, I was very perplexed. I was
the
confused
drawings
by
would
what
be
it was gonna
earlier
look
than
like.
that.
Let's see.
We broke them out to organize it, so I have to figure out where it was put it into, but I mean.
Right,
have
but
to
can you, Brittany, can you
Yeah.
make sure it's on Novus or something?
Yeah, it has to be here. I've seen that several times, so let me just find out where it may have gotten
Okay,
mixed
let's see.
into.
Zoning board with my signature survey.
And I'll tell you what, if you can find a copy and put it up on the screen, that would be, yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm not good at Zoom
I
posting.
noticed that's not even listed in the, at least on the list of documents that are attached, it wasn't included in that list.
No, it was one of the drawings. It was,
Yeah.
it
Hold on.
it was a combined drawing file.
Yeah, I found it on the main agenda.
What page is it, Dave?
It's 10. Look, well, you want the exterior, huh? That's what we're looking for?
Yes.
The rendering, yeah.
One of the drawings.
The exterior perspective.
If you can scroll down.
Yeah, I'm not finding it now. I'm where Brittany is, I think.
Right, this is where I'm looking at Novus. It's
Oh,
not,
here
I
we
don't-
go. Yeah, if you go page 2 and 3 of it, that's where that's a schematic of the cars underneath and the.
yeah, but it's not what I'm looking for. I wonder what the building's gonna look like. Get a sense of it.
I understand.
All right, well, I guess whether or not
Okay,
it was
now,
submitted,
other
assuming
items.
it was submitted, can we please, can it be made sure that it's all submitted so that we can, all the rest of us, certainly me, I don't have it, and I haven't seen it, that the rest of us can see it, Brittany, so can you pull it, make sure you have it, that we have it in the application? So I need to see that.
Yeah, and then I think the other question we have is what else was there, what else is we want from the applicant? Because I'd rather just identify what we need from the applicant if he's gonna come back anyway.
Yes, so that's one thing we need. So
Okay.
just need,
And that would, okay, the diagram, all right?
So now going back to my question, well, the other question is the building 3 stories because you have a garage in the level, or is it 3 stories for some other reason?
It's 3 stories because we were trying to maximize living space and take the raise the entry, lift the building off the entry level, get the parking out of the way. Those are the reasons.
Yeah, but the reason
So
would be
it's 3 levels, including the parking. It's 3 levels.
Yes.
So it's just like the neighboring buildings.
That's right.
Yes. But
Is it higher than the neighboring buildings?
No, it isn't. It's lower.
So the top of your roof line, whatever the peak of your building is lower than the neighboring.
It is. We're allowing only 8-foot high floors on the second and third, and only 7 feet in the parking level.
Okay.
All right.
We're trying to minimize the height.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That
But
answers that.
You do have something, do you have some kind of a stairwell coming up from the roof onto onto the
We have
roof?
it, we have a stair from the second floor unit to the roof.
And how high does that go up above the roof of the building?
It's just the bulkhead.
It's just a bulk.
Now, my other question is with respect to FAR. Does your FAR include the garage? Because it's so big, is it included in your FAR calculation?
The FAR, just the second and third floor would be 0.66, less than the 0.7 allowed. If I include the lowest level is 0.85.
So the FAR, the reason you need the variance because you're counting the garage as FAR.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
But the floor area of the house itself is within the.
Yes.
But I thought you just, did you just say that the FAR you're looking for is 0.85?
No, with the.
Yes, that would include everything.
Because our documents say that you're looking for 0.77.
Actually, I see that. I see that. Give me a second. I'm afraid it actually is it's above 0.77. It's 0.87.
Can you please then resubmit with the corrected, or can you go back over your calculations and the numbers and resubmit as necessary to correct it, please? So we have an exact, so we know what we're doing.
Okay.
Yes.
And can I ask you, the basement area, I mean, the garage area, I thought that there was, is there anything besides garage down there? I kind of thought that the reason why you came up with 0.77 was because you were not including where the cars were going to be parked, but you were including the vestibule, which is on that level.
That's correct.
And it's only there to access the upstairs.
That's correct.
So is that what your application was for, just to include the vestibule?
And the parking. There are 2 parking spaces down there. There are 2 vestibules.
Yeah.
And there are 2 laundry rooms.
Okay, so you're, like Robin said, you're going to have to clear up exactly what you're asking for. Also, on this exterior perspective, do those garages have garage doors, or are they just open?
They have garage doors.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Robin and everybody else, why don't we just, is there an itemization we can provide now so we can, what I'd like to do is give them what records we would like. I noticed the survey on here is, let me just take one look at this.
It's 2019 is the survey. Again,
Right.
It's not within the last year.
Okay. So I think they're gonna have to do one anyway. So why don't we get the survey updated and the materials that we've referred to? We want to just itemize the ones they're looking for so we can, the applicant clear on that? Good night. God bless you.
Right, well, if you're going to ask for a list, again, I'd like the list of LLC owners. I didn't see it attached.
Okay.
I see that there's I don't know, there's an open complaint from some past owner, Gary White? Brittany, are there any open violations or complaints on this?
There
property?
are, but they were all related to property maintenance, and that house is obviously not in great shape and it's going to be demolished, and that's the goal. It did go around through the village, so many people complaining, and we luckily had Arthur dropped off an application to show that it's actively being dealt with. Those are just, it's empty, so.
Okay, besides the survey and the LLC owners, Robin, you wanted calculation?
Yeah, we need updated plans. I need a copy of the rendering that may or may not be here.
Okay, anyone else?
Zoning
Well,
calculations have to be redone to be correct.
And we had asked about the flood elevations and whether or not it is actually in the
Right.
100-year
Right.
floodplain.
All right, question for you, sir, the applicant. Do you want to do this in June or in May?
In May. In May.
Oh, in May. Will you have the papers ready?
Arthur, is that
Yes,
okay?
we'll do it in May.
That means it has to be done in 2 weeks before the next meeting. So you have like 2 weeks from now to submit
2
it.
weeks to do it. Is that
Okay,
fine? All right.
all right.
By the way, just one more point. For some reason, we got a lot of aerial photographs, but they were all for a different address, 238 Madison.
The reason for that is the writing tends to hide the actual building we're looking at. So if you move your eyes to you can see the property clearly.
Okay, all right, okay, thank you.
That's the reason.
Okay.
All right, thank you. So we're going to put this over to May. By the way, this puts the third one, I believe, on. Brittany, is that right? The third?
Yep.
Brittany, are there any new applications in yet?
It's, I think the cutoff is, we hit the cutoff. We haven't hit it yet.
No, but as of today, are there?
But the submission deadline has not occurred yet, so.
I understand that. That's a different question. Okay. So let's go now to the next matter, which is the application 07
Thank you, everybody.
Oh, thank you very much. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we take a 5-minute break?
That will we shall. 4 minutes and 59 seconds and count.
Progress on, oh, it's just, when you see her, it's upsetting.
Are you familiar with this one?
Yep. I didn't go to the, Brian, you called up the applicant for Raleigh Road and you took a tour of the backyard. Is that what you did?
Yeah. Yeah. I used the email address and I contacted the applicant. I set up a time for a site visit and I met her and we went through all of the conditions on the premises.
Okay, let's see if we can get through this one very quick. Oh, I don't know. 10:06. All right. All right,
I think we
reconvening now.
can.
All right. We're waiting for Robin. Yeah, you put there. Is the applicant here on this one? The next one?
Yes.
Okay. Might as well move them up. We'll wait for Robin.
Okay.
So, Brittany, we now have how many for next month already? 4?
For these 3.
3, I'm sorry, 3.
Yep. Assuming we get the other items from everybody else.
Can we hold up on the screen sharing for, well, all right, you can do it. It's fine. Okay, so this next matter is the application number 8, number 07 AV 22 935 Sylvan Lane. This is an area variance request to construct a 1-story side addition and a deck expansion. Okay, the applicant is here.
Yes, I am. This is Michael Picarello, architect,
Okay,
representing Erica and Adam Sadler.
okay, are they here as well?
I think I saw them, yes.
Sadler, very good, okay.
So,
Thank you and good evening. So if you'd like to just.
good evening. I'll try to make this as quick as possible, and it's late for everyone. So the Sadlers have an existing 2-story wood frame house on Sylvan Lane. Now, they're at the end of the property, the sort of the cul-de-sac end of the street. And their house is oddly twisted in comparison to the side yard property lines. So they have an existing non-conforming house essentially between their side yards and then their combined side yards. So their existing side yard here to the north is 11 feet, 0.4, where 15 feet is required. And the project really is to convert an existing breakfast room, which is here, convert that into, an existing sunroom, and convert that into an actual habitable heated breakfast room, because currently it's a sunroom without proper heating or insulation. And then expand the kitchen essentially in here, because currently they have a very small kitchen in proportion to the area, in proportion of the standards of the houses, and certainly in the neighborhood, and certainly in Westchester. So the idea is to expand the kitchen, and the only direction we can go is in this direction. the clients, we looked at trying to find another way of doing it without needing a variance. But there was no other way of doing it because the kitchen extends into the house. So trying to make an L-shaped room to avoid the variance wasn't really possible in a modern kitchen shape. But we were very sensitive because we didn't want to exceed the existing nonconformity. So you could see we've tried very hard to not protrude into the side yard setback more than the existing house already does. There's a driveway, which is in here, which is right adjacent to their property line because it's sort of a flag lot. There's a house, the next house over happens to be way in the back here. So even though we are not encroaching any further into the side yard, I believe the addition that we're proposing is minimal with little impact. Certainly, it's going to improve the house. It's going to improve their life and allow them to stay in the house and enjoy the house and the neighborhood and everybody else. So that's the premise of the variance. I needed a variance for this side yard and then of course the combined side yard. So those are the two variances we need. But again, I'm not, if you look here at the table, I am not increasing the existing. So the existing side, you can see here, I'm not increasing the existing nonconformities. So and it's a single story addition. So I don't have any height issues. So that's the premise of, and then I also submitted letters from neighbors in support of the application as well.
Greta, I know you saw the property and you took a look at this. I don't know if you saw the property or what you did.
Yeah, I saw the property from the front. I didn't contact the applicant. I don't think it would have made a material difference, though I wish, of course, that I had, because it's always better when you get to see the back. You can't really see all that much from the front. I do have a question. If you go back to the plans that you had before.
Yeah.
That triangle, it's like triangle, the additional non-conformity in that triangle. Do you know what the area is for that?
I can, if you give me a couple of seconds here, I can figure it out. Because I have the CAD plans up. Hang on. It is 18.8 feet, square feet.
18.8, you said?
18.82 square feet.
Okay.
Plus or minus.
All right. I also note that in the section for the area variance that has to be complete in the application, it was number 2. There's the last, there was a sentence that that's missing. It was cut off, so I can't see the explanation for the answer to number 2. Number 4 isn't addressed at all. It's a blank.
Which, I'm sorry, which form?
It's the area variance form, or it's the application that you had to fill out.
Yes.
And it's page 11 of 22.
Page 11. Oh, I apologize. I'm not sure why that was, but certainly, I can certainly address that where there's no impact on the environmental conditions of the neighborhood. Currently that area, that 18 square feet is mowed grass and plantings. There's no adverse effect that our addition will have on that on the neighborhood.
And would you be able to see that from the street, that add-on? Would that be
No,
the street?
no, I could show you that in the photograph I was going to show you here. So, so this is this is a photograph of the front. You can see, so on the left, so this is that existing sunroom that we were going to be modifying. It's essentially going to look very similar. The difference is the windows will be a little shorter. And as for our addition is behind. So our addition, you will not see from the front. The addition is here. This piece right here is where this is where the addition is going to go. But this is a view from the street, and you won't be able to see anything from the street. It's on a cul-de-sac. So there's about 4 or maybe 5. So these are some of the houses on that street. But here's the rear. So I was looking for. So here's the rear, existing rear, where basically this part here will be modified. But again, there's certainly it's going to be very difficult to see the addition. Not to mention, I mean, it's going to look very nice. So I'm not worried about it being seen. So certainly the work that we do is always aesthetically pleasing. So
Right, but based on the angle, because it comes out to the exact same point as the front, it should be obscured.
it will be, because again, this is the view that you would have that I'm showing right here. This is the view that you would have from the street. There's, again, as you keep going around, you'd have to go around, then look way back and to see it.
Are you proposing changes to the roof of the sunroom?
This roof is 8 inches too low to get insulation, so this roof will be changed to allow for insulation. So it's going to be raised up about 8 inches.
Okay.
I have a question. I went on the survey. It shows that you've got your AC units over there.
Yes.
Where are you putting your AC units?
So there's room outside the within the setbacks. So there's still room here to put AC units.
Oh, I see, back there as opposed to.
Correct. So this is, our proposed deck is completely within the setback. 80% of our addition is within the setback. So there's room here to put the AC units.
Now what's next to you? Is that a driveway? I mean,
there is a driveway here because it's a flag lot. I think I have a photograph of
the
that.
lot next to you is a flag lot. So that's a driveway. I couldn't tell what it was. This is a, yeah.
I don't think I you know what? The funny thing is I don't think I could get that shot because the house was so far back.
Yes, but you gave an aerial view, which actually does show that very well. The fact that that's either a road or a very long driveway to somebody else's house.
It's a very
Right
long
there.
driveway.
Yeah, so if you can blow that one up, that'll show Robin what she's
No,
asking.
I saw it. I just wondered if it was a driveway or some kind of street or some kind of.
It's a driveway.
That's all I wonder. I know what it is. I was there. I looked.
Yeah.
Okay, it's a driveway.
In fact, I had to go onto it in order to figure this out. Now you've got a 6-foot wood fence, and so that fence is going to stay in the same place.
Correct.
Right? That's for your backyard, and this new addition is going to be in front of that.
Correct. Yep.
Okay.
Now, I'm assuming you're removing that tree?
If the tree is deemed too close to our addition, then yes, we'll have to remove the tree, unfortunately.
It looks to me like that's where the addition is going to be.
Yeah, it's very close to it. So
Brittany, is there a permit requirement for that?
Through the building department, you would have to get a tree permit from tree
Sure.
removal permit.
Sure, absolutely.
Going back to that page 11 of 22, number two, your answer was cut off.
Oh.
If you go back to that.
Oh, so again, I'm sorry, I don't know what happened with this document. Basically it was, the addition, we tried, and the settlers know that we worked on this for a while to try other versions, but again, the idea here is that, the addition is necessary to make their kitchen livable. And because of the fact that this property is skewed to the property line, it really creates this unusual side yard setback problem because of this. If the house was square to the property line, we may not need a variance at all. So, but again, this is what we're dealing with. So we made the best that we could out of it.
Okay. And I had a question on the EAF, but I don't know if I should ask it if the EAF is not required.
No.
EAF required, not required for this?
Charlie, you can speak to that. Charlie gone?
Charlie's there.
Right here. Yeah, this is a type 2 secret exam.
So we don't need,
Trying
okay,
to
so
unmute myself.
I won't ask it.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have any other questions.
Is there anyone here from the public that wants to speak on this application? Any board members have any other questions on this application?
Oh, actually, though, the applicant mentioned that there were some letters of support from neighbors. I don't have that in my application.
I didn't see it either.
I saw that on Novus.
I submitted them electronically. So I can probably.
Yeah, right here, Sylvan Lane's neighbors' letters of support. One, the Seltzers, the Reichs. Yeah, so there's from 935 Sylvan Ave. Oh, I'm sorry, they're 935.
937.
Yeah.
937 and 945.
We live directly next to the Sattlers property. Our home faces the same side of the house.
Oh,
They
here
don't
we
have a they don't have a problem with it.
Oh, it's the March 23 one. Yes, I'm sorry. I just found that too.
Yeah, I got March 21. Oh, okay, well.
Yeah, the letters, I'm not.
The letters, yeah.
All right. Any other questions anyone has on the board? Okay, no comment from the public. Is there a motion on this?
I move.
Don't we have, do we need what, wait, we wanted, Greta was asked about some of the, having updated the statement in the, Greta, didn't you have the statement in the application, the findings? Did you want that updated in writing?
I think given this type of application, I'm happy with what was represented by the applicant during the hearing.
That was what I remembered as somebody asking for something. So, okay.
Okay. All right, motion on this to close?
I motioned to close.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Greta,
Yes.
Robin,
Yes.
Brian,
Yes.
I vote yes. The hearing is closed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Can we take the shared screen off, please?
Just a quick question about this one. Would the board like me to prepare a draft resolution or?
Well, let's,
We haven't discussed it yet.
Haven't discussed it. Give us a minute, John. We'll get there. We finished the closed application. We've finished the applications now and the public hearings. Okay, there's two things to very quickly. We have a couple of decisions to make. Before that, we also have a big meeting next month with the FEIS. to address that, I'm going to ask that, Charlie, you pass around the requirements on this so we all have the requirements that we discussed in terms of what has to take place then. So we can be prepared for that.
Is that hearing, David, is that hearing going to be at the May meeting?
I think so, yeah. I try a few times. It's to get a meeting scheduled, an extra meeting, although Brian pointed out there is one set aside. But I think for right now, the May meeting, and then I think what we do is we have 3 going forward already.
3 what?
3 hearings that are going to continue into the next meeting. So instead of getting in 6, I mean, if we're going to have time to deal with things, I think we're going to limit it just to at most 2 more hearings. So we'll do a total of 5 next month because 3 of them are coming on from this month.
So the only thing is the application does say that we allow 6, so we will have to offer up something.
The application I read said it takes up to 6 is what I thought, but anyway. That's what I recall. I look at that. But I think what we're going to do is, unless we can have another meeting or another day, I think that, okay, if we're not going to have another meeting, if we can't set one up, then we've got 3 and we'll hold it at 2 more. All right, which is still 5 hearings.
Plus the FEIS?
Yeah, plus the FEIS, it's a lot.
The FEIS.
Maybe maybe it's too many of it. We got 3. Well, the 3 I don't think will be that involved. And we can deal with 2 more, I guess. What date do we have set aside for the second meeting in the work session?
In what month?
We actually,
Effectively.
I can pull it back up, but we did remove it from the website because we were getting a lot of questions on why we weren't meeting on those dates. So we had taken it down, but I have the list saved. I'll get it and send it around. It's the designated work
28th?
sessions.
Yeah, when is it? It's 20. You have it, Brian? It's 28th or something?
Yeah. So for this month, it's April 28th, Thursday, April 28th.
How does that work for everybody?
I can't do it.
I'm available.
I'm probably available.
How about another day that week, Robin?
That's the only day I think that week I can't do it. But I don't know that we can do it on the calendar. I can do it any other day that week.
Let me see if there's any other.
Well,
Yeah.
Wednesday, the 27th, I signed up for the ZBA training session, which is a conflict. Because that's when we have the continuing education credits. I don't know if anybody else signed up for that one.
The only day that there is Zoom, it all depends. I can't gauge it until the 15th. The 15th is when we'll know whether or not we're going back to in-person. If we are in person, there's a meeting every night that week except for Friday. So we wouldn't have a space available.
Where's that?
Including Thursday? Does Thursday have or we're the only one on Thursday?
No, it is Thursday's tree committee meeting. Planning board meets on the 27th, flood mitigation.
Oh, so if it's Thursday, we could, but that was all done when it was all Zoom. So
yeah, that's the problem. So, the work session.
We used to use the library. There's that room downstairs we used to use when there was not enough room.
I don't know if it's set up as far as we'd have to still have Charlie on Zoom. Those I'd have to ask IT. I have no idea. And we may be allowing Zoom to the public still, even when we go back to in person. So I have to find out what the village is planning with that.
And let me find out one thing maybe about Zoom. Are they gonna keep the? Yes, ask Tish.
Was Monday the 18th, was that an option for anybody? Because that is a clear day on the calendar for the village.
Oh, Monday, the 18th?
Yeah.
We didn't discuss that. It wasn't the ones proposed.
Yeah, I'm out of town.
Yeah,
I could do that.
Yeah, I am too. Well, I'm coming back that night. So if we can do it, what was that in April? Can we do it one night that week in April, that the week of the 25, 26, 27, 28 in that week? Robin, that one day was no good for you, right?
Yeah, that one day is no good.
And what day was that was no good, Robin? I'm sorry.
Thursday.
Right, but Brittany said when you stepped away that until April 15th, she won't know if we're back in person, and that's going to dictate the availability of
Right.
the dates.
I guess the only thing we can do is
I mean, I'm kind of hoping we remain on Zoom because it will make it easier. Then we can do it, any day that week. It wouldn't matter that the other boards are meeting. So, unless we wait till the 15th to decide that.
Or you could set a tentative day.
yeah, let's set a date. I'm sorry, there's someone. Set a date.
Okay, the 27th, I have planning board, so I'm unavailable.
Right, and that's the continuing education credit. I'm available the Monday and Tuesday, the 25th.
I'm available Monday, the 25th, if that works for anybody.
I'm not available on Monday, the 25th.
Are you not available Tuesday, Brittany? Is that what you said?
I have a meeting, but I could possibly get coverage for it.
All right. So why don't we, the 26th work? Assuming it happens, Brittany can get coverage and assuming they don't go back. I'm just thinking if there's anything before that.
Really, next week is ideal for a Zoom, if that's, but I know we have.
Anyone available any day next week? Is there a bad day next week?
Yeah, I'm out of town Monday through Wednesday.
You'll be back Wednesday, the
No,
13th?
Thursday I'm back.
Yeah, I can't do it Thursday or Friday. I have let's just say I have a lot of cooking to do. I'm sorry.
What about the cleaning?
No.
Let's get to the important part, the cooking.
She outsources that.
That's what I would do.
The following week doesn't work.
Wednesday, I will say that if we can have like a 2-hour meeting on Wednesday, I could do it, but I can't do more than that. I mean, really, absolutely.
No. 2 hours max. 2 hours. I would say an hour and a half is what we need. Well,
Then I could do it. I could do like an hour.
The 20th, you said?
No, this was the 13th.
Oh,
I have planning board. I won't be available.
No, wait, Greta can't do it that week.
Yeah, I'm out of town. I'm flying back on the 13th.
Yeah, and I can't. So and Thursday's out.
You want to meet? We'll do the airport with Zoom. You can do an airport. Very frustrating. Sorry, I'm just being honest. It's no one's fault. The 14th is.
I can't do the 14th.
Even for 2 hours.
Even for 2 hours.
You know how long it takes to make a brisket?
Let's be real here, Dave. No.
All right, so that kills that whole week. So the first week is the week. So the 18th. What was availability there for anybody?
Problem with that week is village calendar. We won't know the 18th is open. The 18th, there is no meeting. So if it is in person, we would have access to
I can't do the 18th itself.
All right, I can't.
How's
do
the
it.
19th, How's the 19th to the 21st?
19th, there's a meeting. Harbor Coastal meets on the 20th, DAR on the 21st.
Okay, but if we're Zoom, that's okay, right?
Zoom, it would be fine, except for Harbor Coastal, I'm part of.
Okay, so let's do a Zoom. What dates can we do on that? 19, 20, 21?
Brittany, what should you say?
19th or 21st, ideally the 21st.
It's okay
if it's on
with
Zoom.
me. That's okay with me.
21st would be fine with me.
So do you want to write down tentatively?
Robin, you good?
Yeah.
Charlie, 21st. Don't be so excited,
Now,
Charlie.
someone will be from my office if I can't attend, but my calendar's open.
Okay, then you can attend, you see? We're doing this for you, man. I mean,
I never know when the kids are gonna throw me a curveball.
all right.
So 421 would be possible Zoom if we're remaining on Zoom, and then 426 possible meeting in person if we go back to in person, correct?
Okay, 26th if we were in person?
Yes, that was open on the calendar for the village.
All right, so lock that in. We're all good for the 21st or the 26th?
I apologize, it's not open, but I believe I might be able to get us another room for the 26th.
What you do is you tell the other people who have it that they got moved to the other. That's it.
That may be the way to go.
Come on, Brittany, I mean, what side are you on here? Come on.
I know what's important.
There you go. So 4/26 in person or what was the other date? 19?
4/21.
Zoom.
Okay. Between the two, just for the board membership, do you have a preference? Would you rather just firm up the 26th and take that, or you want to maybe do the earlier, the 21st, right?
That would be my preference.
I
Yeah,
will be
this
very
is-
honest with you, though. If the
I would like
21st
that.
is in person, that's BAR and we cannot move them out of the courtroom. So that's not going to be an
Okay.
option.
No, I know. I'm just saying, okay. But our preference is 4/21 Zoom and then 4/26 in person if not.
And the location is to be figured out.
Could
But-
we decide to do Zoom?
I don't know. I don't know
Depends
because
on-
I can answer that.
Oh, go
You can do Zoom. However, you have to publicly notice your location of where you will be Zooming from. And the public would have to be able to attend that location.
Wait a second. What if everybody
House.
was in a different location? Because Zoom has that implicit to that, right?
Then it makes the public notice very complicated. I've yet to see a municipality do this. There's, I think, a few cases out there where someone Zoomed from a Starbucks and they publicly noticed that as a location.
So you're telling me that it's got to then be noticed as to where each member is?
If each member who's participating by Zoom.
All right. That's really tremendously helpful, Charlie.
Brittany, how
How you
big is your
doing?
place?
Well, could we just decide that we're
Come on
gonna do
over.
the 21st by Zoom and
We're gonna do, our first choice is the 21st, April 21st by Zoom. If we find out mid-April that they're not doing Zoom anymore, then we do the 26th in person.
but couldn't we decide that we want to do Zoom? On
No,
the
I
20
We have to then.
Yes, but as Charlie said, if we
Charlie.
want to do Zoom, then each one of our locations has to be noticed. So if you're going to be at home, your home address would have to be noticed in the notice as a place where you're Zooming from, and your home address has to be open to the public.
Oh. Oh, I understand what you're saying.
And that means that you've got to supply the potato chips. All right,
So
now,
Ugh.
shall we have FEIS and this? All right, next matter is of the 5 open matters that we've got to decide, and it's not 10:40, wonderful. 1346 Raleigh Road. We did not vote on, I believe.
No,
Okay,
no, we need to vote on that.
there's a draft resolution on that.
can I make a request the resolutions were all submitted much later than would be ideal. They were all submitted at different times. And given the website that's being used now, I find it very difficult to download things. It's not as easy. And so can we get all the resolutions like at least a week ahead, and can we get them all at the same time?
Yeah, that'd be good.
Mhm.
So Charlie, just do it whenever, but just send the group over like a week in advance.
We had.
I have a very difficult time with that website.
So between all of it, there's one that came in one day and then another one came in another day and I couldn't download and then I wasn't sure. So if we could get them all at once and clearly whether they're coming from Rob or Charlie or Brittany, however they're coming, because they could come
Okay.
together.
Okay, so on this one, do we have any comments and discussion on this, please? This is the application that was made. I was looking at it before. It's, give me a second here. This is the expansion of a deck. Sorry, let's see. Okay, so this is 1346 Raleigh Road. If we've gone over this,
Right, now, Dave, there is a question on page 1 under the
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, the sixth, whereas.
Yes, there's a question
Which-
on that one
Yeah,
dimension.
which Robert had brought up to us. So I think that that's something we'll have to address.
Okay, when did this close? Do we know? You know what? From now on, Brittany, if you don't mind, if you could just put down the close date on these. So when we know. Charlie, do you by any chance know the date of closing on this or not?
Yeah, I believe it was closed, then deliberated on, and so you have to take a vote on it tonight. Would be within your 62-day time frame.
Okay. All right, so we had this one issue with regard to a dimension. So I guess we could build it, we could make I guess, Brian, the way to deal with this is to make the resolution comply with and ditto the plan. That's what I'm looking for.
And that's how it's drafted, where he talks about the distance from the stairs to the setback line.
Right. Yeah, I'm looking at that here.
We did discuss that. I know it came up at the hearing, so.
Yeah, no, it did, we did. That's the note here, the application for a proposed of 6, 7, 8. Okay, that's that. Yeah. The issue there was the steps coming out, right? Charlie, any suggestion as to how to draft and deal with it? And
the way it was drafted and is noting kind of both of the setbacks. So where the stairs are, it's 3 feet, 4.5 inches from the property line.
Gotcha.
And then as you extend to the back, it's 4 feet, 3 7/8.
Okay.
So it says here that the variance is up to 2 feet, 7.5 inches at its closest point. So, I mean, that's the extent of the variance.
Right. Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah, I think so. All right. Is there anyone want to have any discussion about further discussion? We did discuss this before.
No, the one thing that I had asked for, they included, which was to put some type of gutter system on the overhang for these stairs so that the water would be managed so it wouldn't go onto a neighbor's property or go down and create a hazardous condition on the walkway from the front of the house to the back. So it's in here.
Right, okay. Okay, well, is there a motion on this at all?
So what are we doing about the issue of how big the setback is?
He covered that by giving it the variance, he's getting it to a maximum at the closest point.
Of 2 feet, 7.5 inches, which is in here. So that's fine.
Okay. The only thing is I was reading this and I did not. Now we used to say, and as I recall, we agreed that we didn't need to say that it has to be done. You know, we didn't want to put time limits in because people were always never getting them done in 1 year. But didn't we? Or we didn't want the 1 year, but did we want to have no time so they could build this whenever? Or do we want to have a time limit for variances? I mean, there used to be a standard set of these conditions. So that's just a question of, do we have anything that we want? Do we not care? Do we not care if they're built? Done
What are we
within
saying now? How long do we require now for the permit? For the 1 year?
No, we decided with 1 year was much too short, that people were often not getting it just between all kinds of things. So do we care? Do we want a time? And if so, what do we?
Yeah. I think you want a time because otherwise you're gonna have a situation where someone says 3 years ago, I got this right. We can
Right,
argue
so-
about whether it's vested or not. Want to say 18 months unless otherwise extended?
Yeah, that sounds good.
That's fine. Or I'd be okay with 2 years if you want, but either way.
Okay. Yeah, I think 18 months is fine.
You want language in there that reflects our special use permits where they have to apply 4 months in advance of it?
For an extension? No, not for that. We've had people come in and say, I need to extend it.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. There a motion on this?
The other thing is that there's a clause that we used to put in, which says the granting of this application shall not be deemed to relieve the applicants of the need to obtain approval of any other board or agency or officer prescribed by law or ordinance with regards to this application. I think that's a worthwhile thing to put on.
Oh, it's not in here automatically?
No.
There should be something in here, Charlie, that basically we've used in the past. This is subject to all other, compliance with all other applicable statutes, laws, and ordinances.
Yeah, I'll add that. We have building permit and New York State building code provisions, but I'll add any other applicable laws and regulations.
Yeah.
Right, because we need the village requirements, which this doesn't have.
You know what? To attain a building department demonstrates compliance. I don't think you need to say, you can take out that demonstrates compliance.
Yeah.
That'll get covered in the other, okay?
Okay.
All right. We good?
Mm-hmm.
Motion?
All right, I make a motion to approve as amended.
All right,
I'll
I
second.
have a whole question if we need a second. I don't think we do, but fine. Is there a second, Brian? Okay,
I'll second it.
we'll talk about that one day. I've never quite grasped that.
And I'll also vote for it.
Okay, Brian, you can't, Brian, vote first. Go ahead. We voted by mail or not?
I'll send you my absentee ballot.
All right, I got it here. Brian, so what are you, voting?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Greta?
Yes.
Robin?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Charlie, on this one, can you get this? You can file this now, but can you get this to me within a few days so we can just get this out of the way?
Yes.
Okay, the next.
Well, I have a question about the signing of this, and I don't care, but I only raise it because it's come up before, and I want to make sure that if we have something we need to worry about, we're doing it, and that has to do with the secretary issue.
The answer to that
as long as I've been on the board, and David, you were on for longer than me, there's always been a signature by a secretary, and the issue came up a year or last year or the year before of, do we actually need a secretary to sign? And the answer was, from whoever was the council at the time, I don't remember if it was you, Charlie, if it was your predecessor, said, no, the law doesn't require it. But since we've always done it in the village, it was appropriate to continue to doing it. And so we did. So I don't know what the right answer is, but I think we should, if we're deciding that we don't need it because the law doesn't require it and there's no reason to do it, then I think we should say that, because otherwise someone's going to wonder if it's why it aren't on these new resolutions and why it's in the old, and is something wrong with them? And I think we should do something about it. And I don't know the answer to the first question is it required? Whether by state, it's not required by state law, I know, but is there anything somewhere else that requires it?
Yeah, so this came up with Rob when he called me on this a while ago. And basically what I was told by him was that there's no need for a second signature on it because there was some reason that they wanted me to sign right away. Before, I'm going to ask you this, Charlie, I'm not even sure you need a signature on it. It's a filing of a resolution, but I think clearly, from what Rob told me was it just needs the chair's signature. I don't care. It's honestly, it's because of Zoom, because in person, it was never an issue.
The only thing it really needs to be is stamped as filed with the village.
Exactly.
But it is common practice with many municipalities to have it signed by the chair.
All right. So I don't think it has to be filed. That's funny because Charlie and I were talking, I asked about seconding, but all right, I think, see, it really, Robin, it never was an issue because it was always just two people on it, and it was done because you're at a meeting and they'd hand the resolutions out, and pass them down. So
this hasn't really been an issue for the Zoom either. They were prepared. Everybody, the people who had to sign, the chair and whoever was, and the secretary signed it and just faxed the page, scanned it. And so I don't think it was a problem either way, Dave. And I'm fine. I mean, I agree. I don't think we need it if we don't need it. I just want to make sure that if we don't, that it just doesn't look like it's disappeared and something happened, because if you don't say anything, then all of a sudden there's no second signature.
I don't care.
First
All right.
question.
So
Why not?
Charlie, do you care? I don't care. I mean, I just think, I find it easier just for one person to sign, but it's important that it gets circulated. That's the most important thing. And as you said, it doesn't even have to be signed, but okay. Does anyone have a strong preference anyway? Okay. Charlie, do the easiest you want. I'm happy just having the chair sign it, but whatever. It's not an issue. We can do even and odd ones.
Yeah, we'll keep it as the chair. And a separate issue, is there now a secretary of the board?
No,
Okay.
no, we're not going to deal with anything else new on this agenda today because we got a Thursday day. Okay. Next, number 2 is 211. That was voted on.
Yep, voted on, and the resolution was
Circulated out. Okay.
prepared.
Okay.
Well, if it was voted on and it was circulated, then why is it on the agenda? I was confused.
I don't know. It's
We
on
just
the,
got that today. There was still, we weren't 100% if it needed to be reviewed, the edits to the resolutions.
There were changes based on comments on the resolution.
right. Okay. The next one too, number 3 is 911 Fairway Lane. That was the generator one, right? Okay, that was voted on and approved. And then Baldwin Place was also, that was the second floor with the enlargement. That was voted on and approved, correct?
Correct.
Okay, let me just get rid of it.
Ask that when they're signed, if the resolutions can please be sent to me as well. Make sure I'm CC'd on it so I can get them to the clerk's office, please.
Yep, I'll send out a resolution package tomorrow for signature.
Thank you.
Okay, for signature, great. Thank, I was just gonna say, as we went through those, I just destroyed my, I had printed them out. Sorry about that.
It's okay.
Let me just get this. Okay. The next one on is the 397 Palmer Avenue. Okay. What I'm gonna do on that is debating if just make a motion on it, but I may, but let me run through, and I think we can all, if we each take like, I'm just looking, oh God, it's 10:53. All right. Well, I'll run through my comments and then I think each of us should quickly go through our comments. I mean, to me, this is a non-conforming building that by code is defined and is the use as an office building, which is a defined term in the code as to what it can be for. It has a vested status as such under our code, and which provides in part that it cannot be altered, enlarged, or extended. And that means when it talks about that, it's the building structure. It's talking about the uses are broad. I'm aware of both Con v. Irvington Court of Appeals and I know Robin brought up Toys R Us v. Silva, and those two cases were decided the same year by the Court of Appeals. They both provide the idea that a municipality has choices. One of the choices it can do is it can say, this is the new code and everyone previously has to comply, in which case the village ends up having an expensive time because it's got a taking effectively. Or it can do mid-ground in different ways. It can amortize them as well. Village of Mamaroneck, in accordance with its authority, has elected to allow them to continue, and not just to continue, but to be rebuilt in the event they are inadvertently destroyed. So to me, this is a vested issue on a vested property, which is an office building that has office building rights that are defined. The question came up about the special permit use. And the special permit is a provision. And the question that somebody brought up on the board, I thought it was Greta, was that does a special permit constitute an improper use or of a change of a prior non-conforming use? Without regard to whether I think you can change it or not, because I don't think you can go into each office and decide it. It's an office building, and that is defined what our office uses by our code. But the special permit provision, both by state law and village code, are very clear. Both provide that it is a permitted use, and village code says directly in it that a special use, and it says, is deemed to be permitted uses in their respective districts. Okay, they are subject to conditions, but they are all uses. So it's not even a variance that comes to question on this thing. In this case, it's not an expansion of any type. There's no alteration of any building, the structure or expansion of it. So I don't see a special permit under New York law and under the code as creating some kind of a different use. It is a legitimate and protected use for office use or whatever. Different types of offices may need certain permits. So that's where I fall on the special permit use. Another issue that came up during this thing was whether it's in the provisions of the adult use district, which is 342, I guess 108 apply. The board has never applied that in the past. It's never been applied. And if you take a look at it, while it makes reference to the adult use, it's not defined as an adult use within that section of the code. And that section of the code is very, very prohibitive and restrictive. It would not even allow anything except in a manufacturing district. So by the code's own language, it's not proper because it's not one. And by the precedent on every application that we've ever had on this thing, it's not been applied. So I think from both precedential and this, and it's illogical because it ends up basically saying, oh, you have to comply with this, and this says you can't do it anywhere except in a manufacturing district. So my last concern is obviously that we've passed these in the past and we've done them recently, and I don't know of a prerogative. To me, there's a constitutional issue if you don't. So as I see it, it's you've got yourself an existing non-use building, which is non-conforming. The alterations are defined. It's actually one of the few words defined is alter, and it has got to do with structure. So to me, it's that. I'm trying to find, there's a section that deals with what kind of uses you do, constitute office uses, and they're very broad. And office building, there is office building and then there's office use. And so I don't see how. I think this fits squarely within, and it's clearly consistent with the prior ones that we've granted. I think that there are some issues that exist around the subject of it, but that's not a grounds to alter a use or someone who's licensed by New York. I think it may be a concern for just making sure there's proper enforcement, and that's obvious, but that would apply to many, many areas. And we've encountered that in different situations. So that's the way I see it. To me, it's, that's my analysis. So someone else want it?
Yeah, I can tell you that I think I started off this discussion, just by reading the code. And when I really gave this thought and tried to analyze, I've asked two questions on this application, and it's really caused a lot of discussion. But I think that I have the answers that I've been looking for on this. First question I asked was, should this be in the manufacturing zone, based upon the provisions of adult use and the other requirements of the special X permit? The answer resoundingly by the board is that is not our precedent. We have always allowed these in office buildings. Okay, asked and answered. I'm satisfied by that because that is the practice that has always been in the village. So therefore, this type of business can exist in an office space. Now, this building is a pre-existing non-conforming office space. Nothing has changed that. Even though it is in a residential district, it's pre-existing and non-conforming. So it's able to maintain its status within its walls. So therefore, anything that can go into an office building, any office, which we have said this type of a business can go into an office, should be capable of going in there. So then my second question was, well, but because this requires a special use, is that an enhancement? And then does that start to fall afoul of changing the character and so on and so forth? Not to go back into the whole discussion, in the end, if you go to section 342.68, there's 68, it clearly says that special uses for which conformance to additional standards is required by the chapter shall be deemed permitted uses in their respective districts. You just have to satisfy the requirements. So that's really the exact question I was asking for. If this has been allowed in an office building, I don't see, this clearly says that it should still be allowed in the office building. They just have to comply with, with the additional regulations. It doesn't change what it is. So for me, that really finishes my questions on this. Based on precedent, the fact that it needs a special use permit, it doesn't change its right to be in an office building. I'm satisfied with the answers.
Ron, I just point out that office uses are defined. There's a discussion of them in 342.29, saying that executive, administrative, business, professional, and general office. Not that it gives much light. Anyone else have any comments on this?
Yeah.
Before we
I have, as I mentioned last time, I think that that from the code's perspective, just the history of massage parlors and adult uses, the adult use, the massage parlor provisions were added after the adult use provisions were added to the code, and the question was it done to make it clear that they were adult uses, or was it done to make it clear that they weren't adult uses? And I think since they weren't defined as adult uses, I think it was an attempt by the village to make it clear that massage uses are not adult uses, notwithstanding some of the other language. However, I have a slightly different perspective, and I don't have an answer. It's something that I have not yet gotten satisfied with, which is, what is the use? So the code says that a non-conforming use of a building shall not be changed to another non-conforming use. Okay, so the question is, what is the use?
What section are we talking about? Just
342.64B.
Right.
Okay, that's specific. So the question is the use a non-conforming use? Now, interestingly, use is not defined in our code.
It's not.
So we don't have any guidance as to what the use is. The fact that is office use the term, will a C of O, when the C of O is issued for this use, will the C of O, certificate of compliance, when there's been a C of O issued for the massage parlor in that other office building or the two other office buildings, did it say office or did it say massage use? If it said massage use, then it strikes me it is a different use. If it says office use, then I think that's how the village considers it. I don't think we have an answer to that question yet, and we haven't gotten an answer. We haven't raised it. Maybe I hadn't raised it, but I think that's the question that I don't have an answer to. And if it is a different non-conforming use, then we have to decide that it's not and that it's less non-conforming and more harmonious with the area. I mean, it doesn't mean we can't do it. It just means we have to make an additional finding. So I don't know the answer to my question of, just because it's in this office building doesn't mean that the use is the same use as the prior use, because it doesn't mean it's an office use. Again, I don't know whether the village considers these office uses, i.e. professional offices, or whether the village considers them massage parlors as a separate use. And I think it all depends on what the C's of O, certificate of compliance, certificate of occupancy that the village has issued for other
I think I might be able to shed some light, because I did have that question in my mind as well, Robin. And so if you look at all the other zoning districts in the village, massage establishments are not a permitted use anywhere. They're not even listed as a recognized use. So in that sense, the use can't be classified as massage establishment. Otherwise, they would be instantly denied and would have to get a use variance. However, they have come before this board. They have come before the village building department. So that would lead one to believe that they are classified under a different use category, Otherwise, they would be completely banned.
Well, wait, where are massage, you're saying massage uses are not allowed anywhere in the village? They're allowed by special permit.
They're not listed under any zoning district.
Well, there's a catch, there is a catch-all in the manufacturing district that if in fact this is an adult use, it can exist there.
Yeah, but I don't think it is an adult use, so I think that,
Yeah.
So we're just going in circles. That's the problem.
I think that if I may just add this to everyone's thought processes here. To me, if I look at the code where it talks about existing uses, it talks about non-alterations of the structures. The use of this property, the non-conforming use, if I own this building and my zoning changes, now it's, to me, whether it's a dentist, an accountant, a lawyer, a licensed massage, any type of an office use is what it is. I don't think you can say to someone, the building is fine, but no, you need to get a chiropractor only in that space, or you need to get such and such only in that space. That's not a change of use of the building, because I believe even the sections that you refer to talks about the use which does not conform to the use regulations shall not be altered. These are now, to me, we're not changing the building to another use. Another use would be if it's not an office building, if it was going to become a different type of a use. But otherwise, if you imagine you have 10 units in a retail operation, in a commercial office building, and I can't understand how we would have any right to say to the person, well, you have a vested right to keep it, but you can't change your tenants. You can't, they're office uses.
I don't think
you're missing the point, David. I think, David, you missed the point that I'm raising, which I'll raise again, which is if a massage parlor is an office use, then it's not a change of use. That's what I was saying. If a massage parlor is not considered by the village as an office use, it's considered in certificates about, in other words, if you have an office, then the C of O is going to say office. If those massage parlors, when they are in office buildings, the C of O doesn't say office, but says massage parlor, then the village considers it a different use. And in that case, it is a change of use. Charlie's saying that he thinks it has to be an office use and considered by the village as an office use, because otherwise it's not a permitted use anywhere in the village, which goes to the question. But it either is office or it's not office. If it's office, then it doesn't matter what you put in the office, it's a permitted use. If it's not office, then
I don't agree with any of this discussion. I see it as maybe it could be an office, a permitted office use if you didn't have this issue of being a pre-existing non-conformity use. The fact is, this code allows different subsets of uses. There are three or four residential uses that are different uses. We deemed last month that storage has two different subsets of uses, indoor and outdoor, because that's what the code indicates. Here, the code doesn't define office uses. So it could be, the actual use could be within the umbrella of office, but it's still different uses as indicated that the code sees it as a different use. In terms of this application, application is asking for extended hours, 7 days a week. This is a extended use, and therefore pursuant to 342-64B, I don't think you can say it's less non-conforming when the use is actually more extensive than the prior use of having the doctor's space.
Yeah, the only difference is, I mean, if you take a look at office districts, the closest they come to ever saying what an office is executive, administrative, business, professional, and general offices, which I think is what an office is. I understand Robin's point. Robin, you're saying, is it permitted use? Well, it's a general office and it's a licensed person by the state of New York. I don't see that as a change. And as far as Greta, what you talk about subsection B, I I don't think
7 days a
a
week.
non-conforming, yeah, you're saying that was, your non-conforming use shall not be changed. It's not being changed. It's remaining an office building. And that's what it is. And it would be changed if there was an expansion so that it was going to be an industrial use or something else. So I guess that's the differences I see in this. I don't know. Charlie, if you want to give anything on this, by all means, but
Greta, can you just say what section you were referring to? I'm sorry.
So I was just referring to what 342-64B.
Okay, thank you. That was all I was wondering.
That's what we've been talking about.
I was talking about different.
and the change, and you see even the change then, which is allowed.
A less non-conforming use. So 7 days a week, 10 o'clock at night, that's not a less non-conforming.
We control the hour. So if an accountant wanted to come in or a lawyer wanted to come in and work at night, they wouldn't be able to. I mean, I hear what you're saying. Then you limit the hours. That's within your prerogative. But I never knew hours would change the use of a building.
Well, I mean, that's how you how else do you determine whether it's less non-conforming or not? Is how it's.
I think because you don't. Because I don't think
on-
you go into each user. Otherwise, I don't know how you do anything. We've never, to my knowledge, I've never seen it. You go into each user. It's an office. And by the way, do they issue COs for each user in a building in Mamaroneck?
And that's the point. And that's another point of why this is a more extensive use, because there's more administration. I think the code sees this as a separate use.
No. The special permit language is as clear as it can be, state and locally, to my knowledge. Both say they are permitted uses.
Yeah, they are permitted, but you still have this provision, which I don't think it meets.
So you
I'm
think
not
that
saying it's not permitted. Of course it's permitted.
and so that you're saying that depending on who leases it, it could be changed to a non-conforming use.
Yes.
And what is the guidance for that? I'm just not following it. I'm trying to understand it.
The guidance is.
What if somebody came in, it's an accountant, is that okay?
We wouldn't, yeah, an accountant would be okay. We wouldn't know about it. You wouldn't be having cars going back and forth typically. You know, this is a different use. These are parameters that are being requested.
HR block was there, that would be a permitted use, that you'd have lines. Anyway, okay.
Well, the question that I had was, is this a different use because it's a special X permit?
Charlie, you want-
and that's why 342-68 basically says, just because it's a special X permit, it doesn't take away their right to be in the districts that they have been allowed in before. And that's why I came back to that. If we've let these things exist in an office building before, what right do we have to keep them out of this one?
I agree.
Well,
I think you got one thing too, Charlie. Maybe you can clarify.
That's
But
it.
When somebody comes in for a special use permit, and they challenge it. The first thing the court says is, this is a permitted use. Then they look at the, right? I mean, it's like, you can't stop on that. A special permit use has one, forget about, and you're right about, Brian, the village code says so, but the village code doesn't need to say so. New York State says a special permit use is a use, it's a permitted use. However, and I think this really originated with cleaning, the dry cleaners, but they said, listen, you may want to just check certain things about them. I mean, restaurants are, but there's various different uses that they just say, but the analysis has always been state and local. Correct me if I'm wrong, Charlie, but these are permitted uses legally.
I don't think the fact that it's a permitted use answers the question. Lots of uses could be permitted here. That doesn't mean it's more, it's another well, wait, let me rephrase that. No, the only uses permitted in this zoning district are residential. This is a residential district. That's it. That's all that's permitted here. So we have a non-conforming use in the building, right? We have office uses. So the fact that uses are permitted by special permit doesn't make it a conforming use. If I wanted to put a restaurant here, That's permitted by special permit. I still couldn't put it here because it's clearly a non-conforming use. The fact that it's permitted by special permit just means it's a permitted use in those districts where it's permitted. It doesn't change the fact that it's a so the question is to whether the fact that it's all special permits are clearly permitted uses, but it doesn't mean they're permitted uses anywhere in the village. It's a permitted uses in those districts where the code says the special permit is available. So the question here is it a different use than the existing non-conforming use? If it is the same use, then it's no issue. If it's a different use.
But the issue is that some people were saying before that the fact that it's a special permit is de jure. That's it, de facto, that it becomes improper. It doesn't comply. I understand your analysis is you go to the actual substance of what it is.
Well, now the other question is the use dictated by the business, or is the use dictated by the building? And the question is whether or not this business changes the use of the building, because the building is the one that is non-conforming, pre-existing. So that is my question. If it doesn't change the nature of the building and the building is allowed to exist there, it's as if that building, although it's in a residential district, because of its status, it's kind of like the Vatican. It's an independent nation sitting there. So if we've let these establishments into an office building before, and this office building is the use which is permitted at that location, does this business change the use of that building?
I don't, and I understand that. That's your point. To me, it's an office building, and people that can inhabit office buildings can inhabit this building. If it's a non-office use, I mean, I don't see how you can say that a massage therapist can't operate in an office building or a professional building, particularly where one has to just drive around in a vehicle. And that's like a half a dozen you can see in a moment.
But that's not what we're saying. I mean, or at least not what I'm saying. I'm saying that there is a competing provision in the code that that is controlling here. And that's that, it could be deemed a non-conforming use that is not a lesser non-conforming use, which is required by the code.
So what you're saying is if it expands the hours of the building, you're now, you're now falling afoul of 342-64, I guess, B, because it's becoming even more non-conforming.
Yeah. The point of the code, as I see it, is they want this district to become residential. They don't want to expand the non-conforming part. They want to, in time, expand the conforming part, and they want to be fair and grandfather, those non-conforming uses, but they don't want to expand it.
Okay, so what if you gave hours of restriction? So let's say you restricted the hours of their operation to only what has historically been in this building. So let's say, whatever it is, I don't know what it is, no Sundays and no past 6 o'clock or whatever it may be. If you were able to do that, would you feel the same way about this business, or do you think that solves your?
I would feel better about it.
You would feel better about that, okay.
What are the hours that they're looking for?
I think Greta said 7 days a week.
I think until 10 o'clock.
Yeah, it was very late. I agree. It was very long. I remember that.
What are the others open to? But even if you, so let's say you went till 9 o'clock or 8 o'clock.
Well, it would have to be commensurate with whatever the hours currently are of the building. And I think the only other thing in there is the dentist office, correct? The first floor?
I think that's right.
And dentist is not open 7 days a week. till 10 o'clock at night.
But I guess, help me on one thing. The problem I have is that I don't see this non-conforming use language that you do, Greta, where it says it has to be, it can't be changed to another. That's the non-conforming. That means an office space can't be changed to a non-office space in my book. That's what that reads. Because this whole thing is about, that's the building that has the non-conformity. So it's the office building. So I can't change the office building to something under that unless I get a special permit to do so. And I think, so I think
the uses are of that office building.
I don't think so. I really don't. I don't think that if it's an office building, it's an office building. If it's a commercial building, it's a commercial building. It's a residence, it's a residence. I don't say, okay, it's a non-conforming residence. You have 4 children. The people who lived here before had 2. Sorry, you can't, you're enlarging the use. I don't see that. And that's the, no, I'm being fair. I just want you to understand. I don't see that. To me, that would be more to the point even. If I coming in and I have my mother-in-law and I have 3 kids, 4 kids, and the people there since it was built had no kids and was 2 of them.
But if
I don't think you go to the use. As far as what you said,
provision is pre-existing non-conforming.
You can. Well, I think you're wrong on your analysis where you say that Village is trying to do that. Because if they would have never had 342-66 in there, nor would they have some other stuff.
To balance, interest, but
They didn't balance anything. Excuse me. They didn't balance a thing. They said, you can continue here. You can rebuild it if it's destroyed. And you can actually go in and try to expand it, get a special permit from the Board of Appeals. So it's like, I don't know, if that's the way you want to say no to somebody, I mean.
You can expand it. We don't have the right to expand it.
Maintain subdivision land, which the subdivision of the land there should be conforming with that. Just a second, it's in the other section here. C says may be moved and whole apart. So section in here, 1 second. Any other alternate, there we go. Any other alteration, this deals with another section, but it's right in it, of a new construction must require a variance from the board.
But you're not looking at 342-64, non-conforming use of buildings. That's
fine. The point, I understand, but I guess, listen, we have a very different approach to one thing, and that is, to me, it's not who's in there, because then it would really go to how many people live in a non-conforming residence. You would, every application that was non-conforming, I don't know, you'd have to see everything about them. To me, this if I'm buying this, it's an office building. It's an office building. That's what it is, right? And it doesn't go to who my tenants are any more than it does their particular background or characteristics. I think if they're a legal office building, that's what they are. I think when you talk about enlarging it, you're talking about different factors involved.
When I looked at 342-64B, a non-conforming use of a building shall not be changed to another non-conforming use. So therefore, you're not going to change an office building to a restaurant. So it's still an office building, and that's why I keep just going back to my very rudimentary, simple thoughts. And I'm not saying that it's right. It's just my opinion that if this is an office building and we've had these things in office buildings before, I don't see how we can deny having it in this one just because it's a special permit. Robin had a very interesting point in terms of what the C of O says. That's an interesting thing, but that's also I don't know if there's any consistency in the Village because because according to our analysis, which I think has really been very beneficial, this thing's not really allowed anywhere. We've come up with all of these different things, and I just keep going back to, well, how have we treated it in the past?
But you see, we don't know. You keep talking about something called an office building, and buildings can have multiple uses in them. Buildings do not only have one use in it. And I don't know the answer to it. I have to tell you, in lots of places, Cs of Os are granted per floor, not for building. It's not like the C of O says this whole building is one thing. Lots of times a certificate in a commercial building, commercial certificates of occupancy will be granted based on the particular use of a floor in the building. So calling this as an office building is an almost completely misleading term. What is the use of the building? The use of the space within the building. The use of the first floor is an office. The use of the second floor is an office. If a massage parlor is permitted as an office under the village, then it is not a change of use. If the massage parlor is not permitted as an office, then it is a change of use. I don't think there's any doubt in that. Problem is, we didn't look at this in time. We didn't take the question. We didn't ask the village. How do you consider, what do you do with in the cases where we have a massage parlor in what looks like an office building, what we would colloquially call an office building, is in fact does the C of O apply to the whole building and that's all you need? Or does the C of O say on the first floor is blank and on the second floor is blank? If it says that, then could be a change of use. If it says this is an office building and that's what the C of O is for, and we've done this in the massage parlor cases, then it is not a change of use. With respect to Greta's issue of hours, I think that's a separate issue. And I think in determining what we want to do, whether it's a problem, whether we should give it or not, those are reasonable considerations in the specifics of the grant of the special permit for this use.
So I can tell you that the last massage establishment that we approved in the fall is over by the train station, the corner of Halsted and I can't remember that road. It's on the second floor of a building. The first floor has a hair salon, Metro hair salon. Next to Metro is an office. I think it actually at one point was used for the Democratic campaign committee.
I think that's Ward Avenue.
Yeah, okay. And upstairs is the massage establishment. And you have all of these things in, I guess, again, and I said, I'm just generalizing, what I would say is a similar building, an office building. I think that checking out the facts of what you're discussing in terms of the details of how they're approved, I don't have an answer. I don't think anybody here has an answer for that. So maybe that should be investigated.
I'm sorry.
I was just going on precedent of the last one that we actually approved had these different things within the building.
So if the building, that building has a hair salon, which is not and would not be considered an office use, and an office and a massage parlor, I don't know whether the village considers that an office building. The fact that it looks from the outside like, a commercial building, it's a commercial building, doesn't make it an office building. And that's what I'm raising here. If that massage parlor has the C of O as an office use, then I would say absolutely this is not a change of use and we should go along with it. If the C of O for that building says office and hair salon on first floor, massage parlor on second floor, then it's not considering it an office use.
Well, we were told that it was an office. We were told it was an office building by the building department, correct? Didn't Dennis say that when he was? That's what my notes say.
For which one? The one on Ward Avenue?
No, this one.
Oh, well,
yeah, I think, Robin, the big difference I have with you, Robin, is on if any non-conforming use of a building ceases or change or shall not be changed. We have a difference on that. To me, if it's an office building, if it's an office use changes, not if the nature of that specific one changes.
Well, again, because you're saying this is something called an office building, but who said? But what makes this an office building?
I don't know. That's what
is there a definition?
No, and there's no definition of use in the code.
No, but there is an office district definition and talks about executive, administrative, business, professional, and general offices. But okay, but I don't think that was ever an issue. They always said, the building department said to us, this was the office building, and it is.
I don't recall that they said that. I don't specifically recall, but again, it would depend on what the C of O says. If the C of O for this building says office building, and if the C of O for the other massage parlors and office building just say office building, then I'm 100% with you. And I think that I have trouble. So that's my concern here. Now, again, just because even if it isn't an office use, I wouldn't have a problem. That doesn't mean we can't grant it. given that if we find it's not less non-conforming. That's where my concerns are. And as I say, I hadn't, we didn't really focus on, I didn't think about some of this until after we had closed the application, which is always, sometimes you get to these questions too late. So.
We do have the presumption, right?
Because there's not a lot of information. I'm looking at the application now, and I don't see a certificate of occupancy for the building in the application.
Oh, I thought there was one.
I'm looking now, and I could be missing it again. I'm not saying there it is, certificate of compliance, that the ground floor office. That's all it says. Doesn't say anything about the second floor. The building is a professional building. That's what I take it back. So we have it. So C of O says it's a professional building. I don't know what a professional building is. Professional building is not, is that an office building? Is a professional building. If I have a laboratory and I'm a scientist, I'm a profession. Does that make it a professional building? So we call something called a professional building.
Right, but we don't. The code deals with laboratories as under offices, but requires different things.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, so the difference
we don't have a
is that,
definition for that.
right, so the C of O says this is a professional building. However,
Right.
there's a certificate of compliance issued later for ground floor office alteration. So this specifically says office. So it's not an office building. It is a professional building, whatever that means. And obviously, massage parlor is a profession. So,
Well, I can also say that the attorney for the applicant, Spatz, was trying to cite the fact that, this business has to be run by a person licensed under Section 8 of the education as a profession, so has a license. So there would be a real argument there that this, the person who runs the business is a professional.
yeah, except that, again, a hair salon is a profession. You have to get a license from the state from a hair salon, and yet you wouldn't consider a hair salon necessarily something in an office building. A hair salon is not generally considered an office use.
No, but this is no. This is a professional building, you said.
Right, not an. That's what the certificate says.
So this is a licensed professional, as is a hairstylist, and the other building on Ward Avenue has both.
Right.
Right. So we don't know. We don't have a clue. This is 1958. So just because something was considered, you can, if you
But
look at
that's
certificates
the
of
pre-existing
occupancy,
non-conforming.
Right. That's it.
if you have
And the New York State Education.
It's never
Department says-
changed.
I agree with that. No, Brian, I agree with you. So given that it says professional building, I might be okay. I might have less of an issue.
It also says on the New York State Education Department, it says, quote, massage therapists in New York State are licensed as healthcare professionals and have the same responsibility to provide assessment and treatment services as do other health professionals.
You're right. My issue had nothing to do with whether this was a profession or not. My issue had to do with, was this an office and what was it considered? Now that I see the C of O, which says that it's a professional building, not an office building, right? That's where this all came up from, because you kept saying this is an office building, office building, office building. So if you're going from one profession to another, I agree. I don't think you need it's not a change of use. If you're going from one profession to another, it's not a change of use. So if we've permitted these others in professional buildings, then I think it's okay.
All right.
And I would respond to Greta's concern by reducing the hours. I think it's legitimate to say in a residential district, having these hours makes no sense. And if you look at the special permit, don't have the special permit section open in front of me. Go find the special permit section. Okay. I think, this is an issue we can add other issues. And to me, that you're going into a residential district, the hours are important. And so I think that these hours are very long and I would reduce them.
Would you have to be consistent with what others have been approved at, or you just?
I don't know what they are, and I would think that it doesn't matter because
others
you know what,
aren't in residential.
Dave, the answer is this is a residential district.
I understand.
So I don't think it has to be consistent. I think it has to be consistent what other professions would normally be. And the dentist below is not open till these hours. And while offices, if I have an office, I work like right now, we're all working way past a reasonable hour. We're not letting, one of the issues, like when you're considering when codes have things like accessory uses, one of the concerns is how many employees, how many people from the outside are coming, because that makes an enormous difference on the impact. So I think the impact in a residential district is significant, and I think reducing the hours makes a lot of sense. And if we're going to approve it, I would absolutely want to reduce the hours.
Okay.
So Greta, what type of restrictions would you think be good for this area? Did you have anything in mind?
Well, in terms of the hours, I think the hours should be in line with what the hours are of the existing business in that building. And I don't know what they are. I'd have to pop by the building and see what the hours are, but consistent with those hours.
Since we don't know those hours, I would say, if just thinking about a residential district, you don't want something that's open past 8 o'clock.
Yeah, I agree.
At night. That's reasonable in a residential district.
It's on Palmer Avenue and it's in a dentist. I'm sure I'm having trouble with my computer. Somebody could quickly just look up what the hours are.
The dentist. Looks like 7.
I tried to do that.
7 p.m.
Yeah, and I could see 8 p.m. seems, okay too.
I think 8 p.m. Yeah, I'm good with 8 p.m. I would say 10 to 8.
5 days a week?
The dentist could be open 6 days a week.
That's true. Well,
Yeah,
they
I would-
usually open half a day. If it's if it's a Saturday, it's typically a half a day.
Yeah, but
My
that's
dentist is open on Saturdays, and quite frankly, for this type of a business, if they're catering to a working public, a lot of people may not be able to get there during the day, during the week.
They're closed. According to this, they're only open Monday, Thursday, and Friday, 1 to 7.
Yeah, I think that it's hard to know, because even whatever the hours are now, the hours may very well have changed because of COVID. I mean, I know my dentist works 3 days a week now instead of 5 days a week because of COVID. So, as post-COVID, he hasn't gone back to full time. So I think it's a little hard to rely on those.
I would be okay with the 10 to 8, 6 days a week.
Yeah.
I would also.
Yeah. I'm with that.
All right. Monday through Saturday.
Well, they could do Sunday if they want. We don't care. I think.
Well,
I don't think it's up to us to decide which weekend day should be observed by anybody. So if we say 6 days a week.
6 days a week, right.
And if they want to close on Monday because they want to be open both because that's when people come on the weekend, I think that's okay too.
Yeah, Robin, I think you're right.
Yeah.
6 days a week.
Yeah, 6 days a week, 10 to 8. Yeah, that's good. I agree. That's good. All right. It is now 11:40, guys. Good. All right. We got a motion on this thing?
Well, I don't think we should have a motion. I think we should come up. Can I suggest that Charlie, based on what we've said today, that he drafts a resolution and that
we're out of time on this. We can file the resolution. We can all review the resolution before it's filed.
I would then let's.
My question is, if I can finish this, my question is, I think what I'd like to do is, given the time constraints, we're 2 months late on this, is we can vote on it and indicate our decision will be filed within 3 weeks or 4 weeks. That's fine. But
why can't we just, if we don't vote on it tonight, then it's an automatic denial, or we can ask them for an extension of time. I don't see what the big deal is, and we do that. We have done that a lot.
Before.
So we can ask them again. You want to deny?
Or
Otherwise, it's a denial.
Or we can deny them if they don't want to, by just not doing it.
Right.
I don't think that's right. That's my.
I don't think. I I don't think if we violate the 62 days, I just looked it up in New York Village law that it's an automatic denial.
Oh, no?
We do have to take action within the 62 days. The applicant gave us an extension to this meeting. Based on this, I could give Mr. Spatz a call tomorrow and see if he would be willing to give an extension to the special meeting dates that we had identified earlier.
So Charlie, if we don't act, let's go back to I mean, we have always been told and we've always understood, and I don't know the answer, that if you don't act, it's an automatic denial. So you're now saying that's not true. So
it's my understanding that the only mechanism in New York Town, City, and Village law where you don't act within 62 days is for subdivisions, and that's actually an automatic approval. The 62-day limitation would allow the applicant to go into court to mandate that a vote be taken, but I have yet to see that happen. I could double check this, but that's my understanding.
Is there a reason, just so I know, is there a reason to avoid, is there a reason? I guess what I don't understand is why, I'm looking for that 62-day thing, why we don't do it subject to our reviewing of the decision to be consistent with the record. But Robin, you got a reason for that?
Other than the fact that we haven't ever done it in the past like that? No. But again,
done it a few times. Okay, all right. I guess maybe not.
No, I don't have any other reason, honestly.
Because I'm just saying it's perfectly legal and it puts us off the hook on why they gave us an extension. We decided it, and there's no decision yet. The decision will be filed. It would be approved in accordance with the record, with a decision to be filed consistent therewith after it's reviewed by the board. That would be my approach, just to be done with this. And then it's just a matter of compliance, like with the others. The others we voted on. About 4 of them. I mean, I don't want, if you don't like that, Rob, to me, it's like,
what is it that we need? We need a resolution to understand.
Yeah, to be consistent with what we've been saying. That's a good point. But we've done that when we voted, and then we say, fine, subject to the term. Charlie, you follow me on this? We just did that. I mean, that avoids us being, we've at least done our work.
We could follow the general principles of the resolutions that we've done in the past for these establishments, and then add in the specifics that we went over in this hearing for this particular.
That's true, but what I'm saying,
Charlie, just so I can read you 13B of section 7-712A of the village, of the law says, default denial of appeal. In exercising its appellate jurisdiction only, if an affirmative vote of a majority of all members of the board is not attained on a motion or resolution within the time allowed by subdivision 8 of this section, which is the 62 days, the appeal is denied. It is a default denial.
This is not, the board is considering a special use permit, so it's acting in its original jurisdiction.
Yeah, you're right.
And not its appellate jurisdiction.
You're right. I still think, but the 62 days still applies.
Correct.
And it's been extended once. So my choice would be.
Actually, if it's original jurisdiction, then it's not an appeal.
No, it's not.
Well, then the 62 days doesn't apply. The 62 days apply, shall decide upon the appeal within 62 days.
So if you go to Village Law 7-712-B, where it talks about special use permits, there still is the 62-day provision in there.
Okay.
And Brian, whilst you're looking for that, I wouldn't go so far as to try to even craft the resolution tonight. What I would do is I would move to approve it in accordance with the discussions of us tonight, which set the hours and the limitations, etc. The approval is consistent. We could indicate what they're, and subject to our reviewing a resolution consistent with the discussion.
I understood.
Exactly
And
what we did on
what I was trying to say was,
oh, can we just do it right away?
that as part of the record,
Right.
we need to do this consistently with all the other ones that we've done. So therefore, although we haven't discussed that really at the meeting, now that's part of the record. And, that should help us know what it is, the parameters that we're doing, not that we're just, agreeing to something without, we have precedent. We have all of these other resolutions for massage establishments that we've put through. So it's got to be in conformity with those and in conformity with what we discussed at this meeting.
Right. Which would be basically the hours, the findings that it's a professional use, et cetera, and the limitation to 6 days a week, and compliance with all other matters consistent with prior resolutions as well. How long is the special permit for? You went 2 years?
Oh, it's actually, yeah, that's defined by code, and I believe that it cannot go beyond 2 years.
And just deal with it, and then subject to the resolution, and then Charlie circulates the resolution, either way.
Right, so for me, that's enough, that's enough meat for me to make a decision. Obviously, we still have the opportunity to go through it.
Oh, yeah, no, that's good. Well, we did that with about 3 or 4 of them today. They kind of work smoothly. Robin, are you good with that way?
I'm sorry, explain that again. I thought I was.
Oh, no. What we're talking about was approving it with a verbal vote, but outlining the terms of it and the consistencies with it, and then it would be the board would then have the opportunity to review the actual text of the resolution, like was done with others this month.
Right, but the other ones we had the text to review. We voted on it.
No, we voted on them all before, Robin.
Before we had any resolution. No, we took a straw poll or didn't vote at all.
I don't think so. Charlie, do you remember? I don't
Well,
think.
Nona Corolla.
Right, there was no resolution.
I don't think we had one, but it was so straightforward. We said, well, as long as it's in conformance with the old ones.
I don't recall, ever doing this. Now, do I care? Well, the problem is that if we, I guess I don't care. I don't really care. If he wants, I don't really care about. Well, I don't really care, but I'm concerned about what it's going to say, and we're going to have. It could be. The resolution could be, what Charlie drafts could be very different. What I think we should be voting on, or what Brian thinks we should be approving, and so it could be significantly changed. But if we want to vote to approve it consistent with what we said tonight,
that's what I would do. And
yeah, the resolution can't be inconsistent or significantly changed from what you've said tonight.
No, it's
except that
Well, the wording would impact whether I decide to vote for it or not.
And that's the problem.
So it's a time pressure issue. It's not, I think we would all love to see the resolution in front of us that we're going to vote for.
I agree.
What can we do about the time and the ability to do that? Does it automatically?
The only thing we can do is
8 minutes.
I think the way to deal with it is, and I hear everybody's, if we make it subject to, like we did on the others, and it's based on the record, I concur, Robin, that you want to review the resolution, as do I, and as everybody. But I would think we know the points in it, and we have a record here where we've all expressed our opinions and feelings. So it has to be consistent with that as a matter of, it has to be. That's what we're voting on. Otherwise, we have a variance. The only reason I advocate that, and I think it's time to move on, and no matter what we do, is just that it's nice not to keep someone waiting another month or two when we've already kept them waiting for a few months and they've given us an extension.
But here's my concern.
Okay.
With doing that, let's assume Charlie writes it up in a certain way that he thinks is consistent with the meeting. And let's assume next week, after we get it, you, just from listening to the discussion tonight, you, Dave, and Brian agree that it's consistent with the resolution, and I don't.
Right.
And Greta doesn't.
So then we talk about it, then you make it consistent. We have the record of this
But
meeting.
wait, let me finish. There's a lot of, you can't make it because we haven't, nobody said, I want it if it says X, right? It's got to be the language. How is it the language going to work? What's it going to talk about, professional or office? Your view of office is not my view of office. Your view of whether it's an office use is not the same as mine. So let's assume he writes it up, and at the end of the day, and after he writes it up, David and Brian thinks that it's exactly consistent with what we said today, and Greta and I don't. What happens then? And that's my concern.
Okay.
That's my concern with having a resolution consistent with what we've discussed today before we've seen it. I mean, yes, I know we always edit them after they're drafted, but at least we have something that we know the logic and the reasons for it to say that it's consistent.
Okay,
with
all right.
I think it's a good point. The question is, do we have the time
I
based?
guess we're having a special meeting, I guess, and they'll wait 2 more weeks, right? We have a special, what are our dates? We have 2 special meetings set up. We have the options, right? Brittany's gonna decide what we get to do with our lives. It's either the 21st on Zoom.
Right.
Or the 26th. Someone go call Kathy Holcomb up. I'm gonna tell her, just keep it extending it. All right, so we're on for the 21st. So they'll wait 2 weeks. And if they change the law, we'll wait another week. Or we'll put down Robin's home and we'll all go over there for the meeting and we'll leave the doors open and we'll have an Elijah cup out there, Robin.
No, you can't leave the doors open. There'll be noise complaints.
That's right, but we're a quiet group. And then maybe we'll even put on, I mean, I'll try, maybe we can put on another 1 or 2 and try to get another for the next month, but at least this way. And then we have the FEIS to deal with that week.
Wait, the FEIS, are you saying the FEIS at the May meeting?
Special meeting. No, well, I probably should talk about it for half an hour at the April meeting, and then we can deal with it on the May meeting. Unless you want me to move up I don't care. I really, this is like an albatross, that's all. I just want to get it done. The FEIS is time to deal with.
Charlie, can we just do it? Oh, it's an in-house discussion. All it has to be is open, right? This is not a public hearing. So
Yeah, and I thought we would have the applicant show up because, it's always nice to be blamed for something in person. It's nice. But I would guess we should probably, what do you think on that, Charlie? You want to talk about that for a minute?
When to have the meeting on?
And I said a minute. I meant 60 seconds. You're on.
Completely up to the board as to when you want to consider the FEIS based on how much time you think you would need for that meeting.
We have to consider it. We have to then deem it complete if it's complete. If not, we have to complete it. If we deem it complete and it gets published, and then they have 10 days for.
I would suggest we also have to check with AKRF because AKRF is reviewing the draft FEIS and is going to be providing comments to the board. So I don't know when their comments would be ready. I know they're reviewing it now, so it might be safer to just.
You know what?
I think they have to get it done within the next 10 days. I'm sorry. This is really.
Why don't we set it tentatively for the next meeting, whichever that is, the 21st or 26th.
Yeah.
And if AKRF can't be there,
I'm with you.
then we do it in the May meeting. But otherwise, let's do it in the April meeting. I think that makes sense because then what we would do at the April meeting would be this. There were like 2 other things that we closed tonight.
Right, exactly.
And the FEIS, and that's not a lot.
No, and even if we don't complete the FEIS thing, let's get with it. And because I think that's going to be one that everybody says, okay, I need a couple of weeks. And I'll keep space for the May meeting so we don't go nuts on it.
But I will say we need this resolution on Palmer drafted by tomorrow.
What about tonight? Oh, tomorrow is what? Saturday.
It's 3 minutes away.
No, it's. Oh yeah, come on, Charlie. You don't talk to us.
This is my 4th night meeting of this week, so I'm a little fried after.
Oh.
Getting quite late.
Yeah, I think it's time to.
Okay, all right. So let's go with that. And this was very, very. I think this is very helpful and interesting and good. And I will share one comment that Charlie and I have laughed about it. Someone should revise the code to this village.
That's clearly true.
And you know what, Robin? Although everybody says that for 20 years, the years, something doesn't work when we say that, right? We used to actually write letters and proposals and say, listen, I also wanted to get an alternate. I wrote a whole thing once with Barry Wepper maybe about why they should appoint alternates. And I don't know, they didn't like it. To me, from an applicant standpoint, an alternate is like thing. Plus, it's great for a village because you always have an alternate who's kind of following it. So you have someone can step in if someone's not here, etc. All right. We will see everybody on the 21st by Zoom, unless Brittany changes the law on us, and then we're going to have to come in and see Brittany on the 26th. I thank you very much, Brittany. You've done a fantastic job this month, and I know you get a lot of push and pull. Thank you. All right. I don't say that lightly. It's not fun to be there where everybody says, and there are 3 people waiting, and 2 of them don't want, and the third one won't like it either. So
That's true.
right, like being a lawyer, right? I mean, everybody agrees that what the problem was with the case, right? Both sides. All right. So there's a motion to leave, to adjourn. Those in favor can leave. Those who don't can stay.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
Good morning, everyone.
Yeah, good morning.